Yes, yes, we
Hello.
are checking.
Mic check.
We have sound. That's great.
Oh,
That's really great.
wonderful.
So 2 minutes to go.
2 minutos to go. The top right is immer what is always what we're sending. Or which one is always
Mhm.
what we're sending? That one. Can we make that louder?
I think so. Yes, we are checking.
Check, check.
Check.
Mic. Check, mic check.
Do we have them? All right, it seems we are running. So
we're live now. Great.
okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the live streaming of this year's Air Cargo Challenge 2026 in Stuttgart. Hello to all of those who could not come but are still very much looking forward to these days. Yeah, today we are two people here. We're doing the comments. Myself, Hugo, and my colleague Lucas.
Hello there from me as well. The weather is nice. We got some sun coming out just now. Slight wind from the right side, so all the airplanes have no side winds. It's lovely here. We enjoy it. I hope you enjoy the live stream as well.
Yeah, basically perfect conditions for the first flights of this edition of the Air Cargo Challenge that's about to begin. We have a lot of people here at the airfield. All the teams are getting ready with their planes, finishing all the final details to get in the air. And we will actually begin with the first team flight from Italy, the team who's at the moment in the first place at the provisional leaderboard, and that will be the first one in the line.
Yes, they did the best job with their written technical report, which is already graded. And also yesterday we had the presentations in front of our jury. Um, so that was also already graded. The updated results are in. And we, as you can see here on the leaderboard, they are in front. They will be followed by Extrados UPV from Spain. And yeah, currently they are at the staging of the airplanes, which includes putting in the measurement box, testing the servos, putting in the payload,
exactly.
and getting ready for a safe flight.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing a lot of action today. We have 34 teams ready for the flight.
Yeah, like Hugo just said, 34 teams ready to fly. Some are still in the tent, making last fixes to their aircrafts, but I hope, but I'm sure that they all will be ready when it's their time to fly. Yeah, uh, as you can later see, or if you're not good into the rules of this year's ACC, we can summarize
Yeah,
them
let's go
quickly.
over the rules and the main novelties of this edition.
Yes, the main novelty of this edition is that teams are allowed to use two engines on their plane.
And this is the first time in the history of the competition that they're allowed to do so. So
Yeah, but nonetheless, like every other time the ACC took place, there is a power limit which can be used from the motors. Last year it was 30 amps from one motor, and this team we also did 30 amps. But they can decide whether they want to split that 30 amps into two different motors and maybe also two different propellers. I don't know, maybe a pull-push configuration where one propeller um, is pushing the airplane with for low speeds for the starts, and then after climb there is another propeller for the speed flight. But
yeah, so there's a lot of freedom to choose, and it allows for a lot of creativity in the early design stage, where one needs to define how the plane should look like and how it should perform the propulsion. Okay, I see some movement.
Yes, I think the first team is getting ready and
Okay.
taking their plane to the airfield just now.
Okay, that they were very quick actually. I was not
Yes.
expecting them to go through the whole staging so fast.
so so let's see if we can get the camera on it. That would be great, I think. At the regie,
Ah, yeah, we have that
they're
now.
just setting up the airplane,
Okay.
setting it on the start mark. It looks like they want to try to go for 40 meters.
Yeah.
We've got two line posts which have flags and can raise them if they made the took off before 40 meters. Then they will get bonus points, but they have to say it before their flight. So and it looks like they want to go for 40 meters. We will see if they make it. They have a nice wind coming from the front. So yeah, let's have a look and see how it will go.
Yeah, very excited. Everyone's very excited about this first flight. It's one of the top teams this year, and actually historically they have been always there in the top. No victories yet, so they might be in a good position this time to get it. Just the final checks that everything's fine before the
Looks like
takeoff roll.
looks like they just armed the measurement box, which sends the signal to the live telemetry we have here, and also in this. Yeah, and also is taken into account for the scoring, of course, because yeah, they got time for the start. Then, if they lift up, they got time to gain altitude. And after I think 60 seconds for uh,
Climb, yeah.
for their climb, yes, the measurement starts for their GPS location, and the score of the distance traveled will be measured. Now
Mm-hmm.
we got motor start, and the
The
tail is
first
on.
few minutes. Okay, so we are
Damn,
airborne.
it's airborne, and the aircraft has a retractable landing gear. Lovely.
Yeah, it's one of the many teams that this year decided to go for the very bold move to implement and design and a retractable landing gear. That's of course gonna give them the upper hand in terms of drag and the air resistance. This year's challenge is all about payload and speed. So speed is a very critical factor. That's why, yeah, watching those landing gear wheels fold in is quite spectacular.
And it looks like they're gaining quite a bit of altitude here. And it's doing well. It looks nicely in the air. And what a professor told me, if it looks nicely, it flies nicely.
Okay, so it seems we might be starting the speed phase, right? We saw this very aggressive dive. We see we see the plane gaining up a lot of speed
Going
and
for long straights in all of the flight zone.
bunking really hard. Very nice turns, very controlled.
Yeah, it looks like they are fulfilling their good, uh, yeah, their good, what we're used from them.
Yeah, this team never disappoints. They're always one of the best build quality, one of the best performance, and
But
you can really tell by the way the aircraft looks in the air.
yeah, but like Hugo already told you, they've never won. So, I mean, in 2 years, our cargo challenge in Udine would be nice, would be lovely.
I would love to be there.
Yes, we will see.
That place just looks amazing in the air. And so a little bit more about this plane. We mentioned the retractable landing gear. We know that their design payload is somewhere around the 10 cans. We're not quite sure what they're carrying at the moment, but we're sure they're going all in. Maybe not now, maybe not for the first flight.
Yeah,
Maybe yes.
probably
We don't
not.
know the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we got some nice wind from the a nice direction for lift up, and normally I would say lift up is the takeoff uh, is the on the border, or it defines the border of the payload. Uh, if you want to do the 40 meters lift takeoff length even more, but yeah, it looks nicely. I think they're still in their speed segment, or I don't know, it's 2 minutes for the speed segment.
Yeah, it's a 2 minute speed lag for this flight mission, and they should be finishing any time now.
Yes, I think it is already slowing down
Yeah.
and
So
maybe
so it
taking care of landing.
yeah. Let's see
The
if we can
pilot
get.
and the team leader are also moving a bit, so
Can we
they
get a good
probably get,
landing here?
yes, they probably
I think
get
we
ready
will.
for a nice
We see this propeller
landing.
slowing down
Yes.
as they try
The
to.
landing gear is also outside again, so that went nicely
Yeah,
and
it's
smoothly.
sometimes a problem, right? It's a very delicate mechanism, but it
Yes.
seems that it's worked for them.
I mean, they can always belly land, but they are not allowed to lose parts, so that might be a risk not worth taking. Yes.
A very critical last phase of the approach here.
Yes, it looks like this will be it. Oh, really slow, really lovely.
And
Yes,
they've
what a
they've
smooth.
landed. They just nailed the landing.
Yeah,
Really good.
that's definitely not a Ryanair pilot.
So
And
congratulations to the Udine team. That was a lovely flight and a very good start for the competition.
yes, let's hope that all the teams will continue with this nicely done landing, a nicely done flight. And yeah, we will see.
So now that we're waiting for the next team, which I think is the CTU Aerolab, a team from the Czech Republic that just almost done and ready to get into the runway. I was checking the audience here. I'm seeing something around 150 people watching at the moment. Thanks a lot for joining us. Um, yeah, it's quite a large audience. I see there's a lot more people interested and excited, just as we
Yeah,
are.
I really wasn't expecting that. It's nicely that so many people are interested.
Oh, there we go. We're watching the replay. I think this is the landing. Okay, now never mind.
Doesn't
This
look
is
like
just the whole
this.
flight.
Yeah.
For those who didn't catch it, for those joining now, this is the first flight of this year's Air Cargo Challenge. We are seeing the replay of the Udine aircraft flight. A very nice flight. A great start to the competition.
So the second team is
Yeah,
which one was it?
the Czech. I think it's CTU Aerolab in line.
CTUL Lab. Okay, from Czechia. Uh, and then yes, they are just entering the airfield now. Got their plane ready. It looks like they don't have retractable landing gears.
Nope. This is one of the teams, could we say conservative teams, that did not go for the retractable landing gear, something that's becomes a bit of a trend this in
Mhm.
this edition. So, of course, more reliable.
Yes, they're just probably don't won't take the risk, but I think they've got some fairing around the wheels, if I
Yeah,
see
really
that
nice
correctly.
fairings
So maybe
to
their plan is
yeah
to
mitigate a
get,
little bit this drag penalty.
yes, exactly. They're getting ready. So the flags for the liftoff will now go from the our 40 meter post to the 60-meter post, so they probably will start in 60 meters as a takeoff length. And yeah, we will see if they make it. If they don't, if they don't make it, they have time for the start. I think it is 2 minutes to make it happen.
Believe it's maybe three.
3 minutes.
Yeah, they have three
Okay.
minutes till they get into the runway. To
So
obtain a valid takeoff.
yes. So if they don't clear the 60 meters, they can always send one person of the two persons on the field to grab the airplane quickly, run back with it to the starting line, and start again. Have another try.
Yeah, but hopefully we won't see that happening. I think these guys are very well prepared. I was
Yes.
there during the presentation. Really nice presentation, one of the best. So I think they have everything in their favor to get a
Yes.
good takeoff.
I think the first few teams are confident in their design and confident in their
Yeah.
skills because they showed them already in the presentation and in the technical report. So I don't expect anything bad happening here. We might
Mm.
see some more exciting or more, let's say, unsafe.
Interesting. I would say interesting
Interesting.
is a better word.
Okay, later on in the competition. So yeah, but they might are or they might be
Okay, so
on
it's all
fixing
go
it.
for the Czech team. Wow, and very early takeoff. I'm not sure if they really needed the 60 meters. So maybe
Yes.
there's some extra performance there that they can um, utilize. But yeah, first twin motor plane to fly this year at the Chicago Challenge, starting the mission.
Okay, they do a right turn. They have to take care a bit that they don't fly over the
Yeah, but I
visitors
think the
here,
pilot got it
but
under control.
that's perfectly in line with the flight zone. And they really gained a lot of altitude over there.
Yeah, that plane is a good climber.
Yes, definitely. But that's really far up in the air.
Very, very high indeed, and that's a good thing, right? So for the second phase of the mission for the speed flight, we of course want to get this altitude that we can then trade off for speed. So this will hopefully be very beneficial for them. I think I can hear the propellers ramping up, and
Yeah, for the speed phase,
it
which probably has now started.
it does look like it's
Oh,
much faster. Yeah.
yeah, that does look fast indeed. But yeah, probably, or maybe just as you said, they have the advantage of the height they can use now
Mm-hmm.
to get more speed um, and yeah, be a bit more aggressive in their flight. So
Right.
yeah, it's really nicely seeing it in the air. It behaves really well. Is it even gaining more altitude?
I don't know.
It
I wouldn't think so. It's definitely not for the best. If you try to climb during the spit phase. But they might have some tricks that we don't know of.
yes. Maybe there's just some wind lifting it up and some nice
Thermals,
yeah.
maybe you think?
Yeah, maybe
Could
now when the
be.
sun is coming out, I don't know if they warm up the ground and we got some thermals here even. There's a bird wanting to join in, but I don't think it's at any risk. Now it looks like it's definitely getting lower now. Probably last bit of the speed phase.
I
And
think they're just preparing for approach at the moment.
preparing for approach? Yes, yes, it looks like they're circling, spiraling downwards. So,
Yeah, trying to bleed all that speed and momentum they have to get a nice and soft landing.
yes, that was a nice flight as well. Let's see how the landing will go on. But the pilot and the crew and everyone seemed pretty competent
Yeah,
that That
Let's
plane
let's see how this
hit.
first approach goes for the team, for the Czech team.
Yes. I think, will it be?
A
No.
little bit high, but I think they're
Yes.
they're quite slow as well, so they might be able to make it.
Yes.
And you can always go around, right?
Yeah.
Like as it seems they're
That
doing.
looks like a go around.
You
Yeah.
can always go around. That's what they say, and
Yeah.
it's no problem. Just try again. Be safe.
In case you're wondering where they can land, for takeoff, they only have the paved part in the middle where there are also the markings, but for landing, they can land anywhere within the airfield. And now it comes for the second approach. It is much lower at the beginning of the field. We will see it's pretty slow again, maybe 2 meters now. 1 meter, and what a lovely and smooth landing.
Very good, and even on the paved runway, which is
Yes, that's incredible.
it's a tough surface. It's very rough for the landing gear structure, but they still managed to nail it there.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a rigid landing gear, then maybe it springs a little, or
Hmm.
it has a little bit springiness in.
Yeah, but
And
I think this was one of the like a very innovative and creative features of this particular team. They included some kind of shock absorbers,
Ooh.
3D printed TPU thing in the landing gear.
Yeah, um, but it looks like everything went well. They didn't lose any parts, and so that was the second flight. Great. Now we got the first flight with one engine, the second flight with two engines, and both went smoothly, both went pretty fast, and they did a good job. So let's see if the next team is ready. It looks like they are just waiting for them to leave the airfield and getting ready for their flight. I think it's the Munich team from Tum, and they also have a nicely done plane, lovely engineering. I think they're also, like the other teams, part of the circle of favorites. And yeah, we will see.
Yeah, but on camera, I think we're watching the Chinese team, which is also in line for the takeoff. Yeah, maybe we can
Yeah,
now get. Ah, yes, we are seeing at the moment the team from Technical University of Munich, um, getting in the runway for their first flight. Also, one of the top teams with one of the best reports. Also, one of the best presentations yesterday, and hopefully also some of the best flights.
but what differentiates them from Udine and CTU Aerospace, that they already won an air cargo challenge. I think
That
it
is
was
true.
2019.
Yeah, it was in this very same runway just 7 years ago that we saw the Garfield aircraft.
I've got no clue.
I
I'm
think,
not that long part of the tournament and part of
yeah,
the Air Cargo Challenge, but they
yeah.
were successful in winning it. So they hosted it in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, it's the Air Cargo Challenge is every 2 years, but because of Corona, you can imagine they had some delays, and they
Yeah, had to be postponed.
they hosted it in 2020.
But yeah, I guess it must feel pretty special to them, right? Because the last time they flew here, they actually won. And if I'm not mistaken, they won right in the last round. A very exciting flight. They were right against the Air Udine. The Udine team was leading right up until the last round, and it was just in this final round that Garfield took the best flight.
That sounds exciting. Let's maybe hope, or I don't know, maybe
Will
this
history repeat?
year's it will be repeating. Yes, we will see. I mean, like we already said, there are also contenders for the win. Uh,
Yeah, one of the favorite teams, absolutely, no doubt of that. So one of the best built planes in the grid.
Seems like they're getting ready for everything. just last talks to the to our here flight station,
Flight
takeoff
manager.
station, flight management.
Yeah, final checks for the German teams. And let's see if we can get some movement there. Okay, prop spinning, aircraft's moving down the runway. Ooh,
Ooh,
very early takeoff. And
yes.
the landing gear is up. The aircraft is climbing, and it's a green flag for them.
They also said they want to do 60 meters, but it kind of looks like they all
I
got it in
think
40.
the teams are being quite conservative in their predictions for the
Yes.
takeoff.
But I guess it's just because
Yeah,
it's the
it's the
first
first flight,
flight.
of
You
course.
don't know how the conditions
You
are.
don't want to risk it.
Yes, exactly. Get
Just
some flight, get some points with that flight, and maybe in the later flights, in the later rounds, they.
place a higher bet, right?
Yes, exactly. So also 2 years ago in Aachen, we could do test flights before the competition, so just rounds around the airfield.
And I think
We
we're in
don't have
speed at
that
the
here.
moment, right? Yeah,
Is it speed already?
I think so.
Okay, then it looks also quite nicely and
Yeah, looking at
quite fast.
the reports, I believe the plane from the Munich team was one of the fastest. At least that's what they predicted, if not the fastest of the grid. So we'll
Okay.
see if that reflects at the end in the scoring. But it surely does look very good at the moment for them.
Mm-hmm. But they didn't gain as much altitude as the team before did. So
That is true. We saw Udine not low, I would say, but medium height, and then the Czech team gaining a lot of altitude,
yes,
and now this looks slow again. So, as you see, the strategy plays a very important role. We
yes,
we don't know what the teams are thinking.
and also, I mean, it's the design of the airfoil. If you choose an airfoil for the climb, then you can take that altitude for your speed flight. But if you have a airfoil for speed flight or also the
Yeah,
props for speed flight, then
absolutely.
you don't have to gain that much altitude.
Right. There's multiple ways to optimize the plane for the mission. There's no single absolute best option. That's what
Yes.
makes the challenge so exciting, isn't it?
Yes, it's nice to see what different design approaches the teams will take and to what the teams have optimized their design. And yeah, lovely to see.
Although I have to say that this year we've seen, I would say, inspiration from the latest winning plane. A
Yes,
lot of elliptical wing platforms, a lot of V-tails, a lot of retractable landing gears. So
indeed. There were also some memes in the participants group chat. Uh, if they can differentiate between the latest winning plane, the one of Stuttgart from 2024, and some of the designs presented here at the ACC in Stuttgart at the MFV Böblingen Airfield. So the
landing
speed
gears down.
phase, yes, phase seems to be coming to an end. They're slowing down quite a lot, uh, losing altitude and coming in for final approach. There they are.
Very tight final turn. A little bit of crosswind. We can see the plane crabbing.
Oh, but it doesn't want to
Flaps
come down the last
extended.
meters.
Touchdown almost right at the end of the runway. Can we have a stop before the? Yeah, that's perfect.
Perfect. Great.
Very
No
good.
nosedive of the airplane. Everything went
He
smoothly.
even made a wheelie.
Even made a
Didn't
wheelie.
he?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have a wheel on the back, then you always do a wheelie, don't you? So lovely approach. I don't think there are any parts missing. That seemed to be yeah, nicely done airplane.
It's a really great last flight we've seen from the Munich team. Very stable aircraft, very beautiful plane, really nicely built, and it does indeed look intact. We were just checking at the runway. It seems like it's a valid flight. So they hopefully get some good points to start, and we hopefully see some more great action from them in the next rounds.
Yes, let's see if the next team is ready already. It looks like they are. They're just waiting in front of the airfield entrance and waiting for the Munich team to go off
To
the
vacate
airfield.
the runway, yeah.
Get, yeah.
So who's next in line? Can we actually get the next team?
Let's see. Okay. Flu Air. I think it's the Chinese team.
Might be, yeah. You're right.
Or is it? I don't think that's the Chinese team. Um,
It's a Lambach aircraft.
Lambach aircraft. Okay. Then great. Lambach aircraft. As you might hear, yeah. Mm. So seems like they're getting ready, doing last checkups on everything, and
This is one of the
yeah.
most unique aircraft on the grid. In my opinion, at least, it does look
Is it?
like out of the trend, at least of the elliptical wing platform and the V tail and.
Yeah, but we also got some from the Finnish team. We got some interesting
Oh
concept,
yeah, I'm very
and
much
I
looking
I
forward
think
to it.
that's the by far the most interesting one. We will see it later on the day. Lambach aircraft from
TU
TU
Delft,
Delft.
yeah, from the
Yes, I
Netherlands.
think they're not common here in the Air Cargo Challenge.
True, yeah, it's I think it's their first ever participation in the contest. So
So yeah, let's see how they do. I mean, they proved to be nicely in the report and in the presentation, and yeah.
so final
Let's,
checks, aircraft's armed.
in case you are wondering why, because we said it will be according to the points from the report and from the presentation, which are already graded. In case you're wondering why Lambach comes now and where's Extrados and where's your team. Um, don't be surprised. We had some edge cases with some aircraft, and we with the measurement box, and we gave them some time to solve those. And let's see.
We got a takeoff.
We got takeoff.
Nice first takeoff for
TU Delft
yeah
for
for
Team Lambach.
the Dutch team.
They also got a dual motor setup. And now they're turning and coming back. They're trying to gain altitude.
We have a lot of people in the audience cheering up for their teams. We see a lot of Romanians. We see the Greek saying "Vamo Assad." We'll see them later. Yeah, there's a lot of expectation, and I think for good reason. As the aircraft from the Dutch team finishes the first phase, it's finishing the climb and transitioning to the speed flight.
Yeah. they're from the bottom, or also now from the side. You can nicely see their unconventional approach of the fuselage. It's
right?
not like we've seen at Udine and at
Hmm.
the other teams we had until now.
It's a pretty wide
Yeah,
fuselage,
it's
isn't it?
wide and just around the wing section, the wing root,
Huh.
and then in the back it's just a tube more or less where the tail sits. So they probably
But
yeah have
I do have to say that this looks very, very good for a first time at this
definitely.
competition. It's not often that we see teams just joining and then prepare making a design for the first time and getting this great result that we're now seeing first with the presentations and the technical reports, and now with this flight that's going very well for them.
Yeah, looks lovely. They're also not that don't have that high of an altitude like Aero UD and the Munich team had. They're more on the lower spectrum of altitude wise, and yeah, but they're doing nicely. They're handling everything nicely.
Yeah, at the same time, you don't really want to get too low, right? Because there's a minimum altitude of 10 meters. So it can be a bit risky if you don't get enough altitude. It's tempting, right, to get more speed by diving,
Yeah, sure.
but one should not, yeah,
One should
risk it
not
too much.
overdo it. Yeah.
I think we've actually seen some issues with that in the past and some penalty points given in the last edition of the Air Cargo Challenge for
Mhm.
altitude. Definitely something we don't want to see repeat.
Yes. But now I think I don't know. I don't have a timer here. But it seems like yes, landing gear is out again. The speed segment of the flight is done, and yeah, they are coming in for an approach on the airfield for landing. We even got here some competition in the air. A helicopter just
Within a safe margin.
yes, within a safe
Of
margin.
course.
But now, final approach.
It's
Will they?
quite fast, the aircraft.
Yes,
Yeah, I think
yes.
it's
I
going
think
around.
they're going for a go around, having another try. I mean, they can take their time. It's the flight has ended. The scoring is done already. It's all in the measurement box,
Just gotta
and
bring it home.
bring it home safely. Don't lose any parts. And yeah, ooh, they're still quite high. Let's see it. A little dive and
Okay, a little
takedown,
bounce. No
bounce.
biggie. Ooh, we
Ooh,
get a beat of a
that's a
failure.
nosedive.
I mean, overall, I think they can be very happy for what they've achieved.
Yes.
Let's see how the aircraft is. But
Let's
overall, for a
see.
first flight, right?
Great,
For a
amazingly
first
done.
ever flight in the Air Cargo Challenge, this was
Yes,
a really good performance.
that was already a success. Let's see. Let's hope they didn't lose any parts during that landing. And yeah, they will check now the with the landing director, and yeah, we will see.
So next up in the line is the Chinese team, a team with one of the longest trips in the grid to come here to Germany.
Probably. So it's in one piece. The
I mean, it's the landing gears hanging by a thread there. I'm not sure how
but
we
it
would
is
judge them.
hanging to the airplane. Could be worse. And yeah, they're just leaving the airfield now. Next team. Yeah, like Hugo already said, one of the not the probably longest travel to get here. And yeah,
Yeah, we're very happy that people from all around the world is interested in the competition and coming to Europe just to fly these 3 days, just to give us a bit more spectacle. And I
yes.
think we also have a team from Australia. Am I right?
Yes, an Australian team is here as well. They were
Yet
there
another long
two
trip.
years ago as well.
Yep.
I mean, I recognized some guys there, and yeah, it's always great to have those teams coming in. I think we also got a team from Thailand, and yeah, a team from the US is here. So yeah, from all around the world, teams are here. It's amazing.
And the Chinese team is skating on the runway, and it seems like they're also going for a 60-meter takeoff for this first round.
Yes, probably also a conservative approach for the first flight here on the airfield. But yeah, we will see if they need the 60 meters or if they lift up early. Um, from 2 years ago, I remember they've done quite nicely. Also, the plane is nicely built. We got a single motor. Is it single motor? It
It is,
looks
yeah.
like a single motor plane again. Yes. And yeah, getting ready with the
This is also one of the few um, aircraft with a T-tail design.
yes, one of the. Okay, Hugo is needing to go away, so you're alone with me now. Or can I introduce you to
Niels.
introduce yourself,
Yeah, hey.
Niels?
So Hugo's currently unavailable, so I'll take over for some minutes. Um,
Yes, Niels will be later here with Hugo in what is it, at 12 o'clock? I think he'll take my place, and I'll go to the next station where I'm in. Um, yeah, like I said, the Chinese team, they told us they when they were here, they it's quite complicated for them to flight test their airplane, so it doesn't have that much of airtime, but they calculated it thoroughly.
so here we
Okay.
had an aborted takeoff. Apparently, the pilot
Yes.
went on the throttle a bit too early before the official go from the flight director. As discussed earlier in the briefing, the flight director here basically is go out controlling anything but the weather. So as long as he doesn't give his official thumbs up, the pilots are not allowed to start. However, they have a 3-minute period to reposition the aircraft and to take another attempt. That's what they're doing right now. And then we'll probably see the next attempt in a few seconds.
Yes. Let's see how they're doing it. Like I said earlier, they in Beijing, it's hard to find an it's hard to find some airfield to take off and do some flight testing. Let's see how the takeoff goes. Yes, that
So
looks nicely. A green flag for them.
for now, one of the latest takeoffs, but it went off right in time. Retractable gear
Yeah.
also going up nicely.
Yes, looks like a nice flight. Looks quite smooth. Is in the mid range of altitude, I would say. Quite far away, but probably still within the flight safe flight zone. The safe flight zone extends up to the power lines you can see there in the back. And yeah. That's actually quite an altitude. And I think now I heard that they're going for a speed flight, if I interpret the sounds of the motors correctly. Might be earlier already. But I don't have a timer. I hope they have. Oh, it really
Yeah, that not
flies
definitely
fast.
sounds and seems fast.
They have to take
However,
care with the spectator area, but that
yeah,
seems to be in order. Um, yeah, lovely plane.
as a general information, all the flight trajectories are being checked after the flights, especially in cases where it's a bit close. It will be remonitored and can lead to a disqualification of the flight afterwards. So that's going to be checked for every flight, as we have no dedicated line guards for that right now.
Okay. Seems like they're getting slower, like they're coming into for landing, not directly, but just losing the altitude and getting ready everything.
Retract coming down looks nice and even on both sides. Also getting a bit more drag to slow down and lose altitude. As you can see on the weather flag, the wind has shifted a bit and we have a bit of crosswind. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge for the pilot.
Okay, they're coming in. Let's see. Oh, a turnaround. Another go around for them. They're trying it a second time. Had a little too much altitude for the amount of runway which was still left. Let's see. There they are, trying again. And let's see. We got a little bounce. And ooh, touchdown. And it crashed a bit into the field.
However,
in the
just
end.
nose in is legal according to regulations, so that might still be a valid flight. The right landing gear looked a bit dented or bent inwards, so that's now also getting checked by the flight manager.
Yes.
That's why he's walking up first to make sure that everything is according to regulations and nothing's missing or damaged beyond
We'll
repair.
see if they have lost some parts. Yes, they're picking up something from the ground. I don't know if that's a fairing or what that one was. We will see. I mean, it would be a shame if they got disqualified. Or
Yeah, it
not
looked like
disqualified, but if
a piece of the gear is was laying on the ground.
Mhm.
So that might be an issue. Unfortunately, was a really nice flight, a really good airmanship here.
Yeah, really, really lovely. It would be a shame if the flight is voided. But they, even if they got a nicely designed plane, nicely, I mean, they showed us what it is able to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm quite sure they lost their right fairing for the landing gear, for the GLAG. So that's unfortunate, but repairable, hopefully, and we'll see them in the next attempt, and gaining a few more points with this great aircraft.
Yes. I mean, we've got more than enough possible attempts they could do. And yeah. We got 3 full days of flying here, all covered here on live stream. There you can see the replay of the landing. And yeah. So now the next team is entering the airfield. They've got a single motor engine, a single motor plane. And we quickly check which team it is.
Should be Ubi.
Whether it is one of the teams which was postponed. Yes. As you can see, they're dropping it on the starting line. Ubi Aeronautics team.
From
looks like.
Portugal.
Also, a common team to see at Air Cargo Challenges.
Yeah.
They also, I think they're part of the founding team. I'm not sure. They are there for a pretty long time now and always doing great. and always also part of the competitors
Yeah. And if you're wondering,
and title favorites.
if you're wondering why someone was just laying on the ground, it's really important to make the position of the plane right there. So the line is quite important and has to be correct for the landing gear. So they just checked that. It seems to be okay for now.
Checking some last steps, maybe telemetry, or if the measuring box is or receiving is received. Now they're aligning their plane with the runway, that in case that they won't miss their flag. We don't know yet whether it is 40 or 60 meters. The line guard is, I think he's just going to ask them. So he seems like he doesn't know either.
It looks like 40 meters.
Yes.
And we also have a bit of a crosswind. So again, a bit of a challenge for the pilot, and of course a bit of a disadvantage compared to a perfect straight crosswind.
Yes.
But there we have to
now
start.
We got to start. Looks like 40, and yes,
green flag.
They accomplished 40 meters of takeoff. And retractable landing gear is in. It bounces a little bit. Oh, that gets low. But now it looks like it's... Oh, no. Stable in the air. Not. Let's be careful that it doesn't fly into a stall.
Or into the spectators.
Into the spectator area. Ooh.
Really good work from the pilot.
Altitude. Not that much. Doesn't look that stable. Let's see how it goes around, and yeah. I don't know how many payload they've packed. Looks like it's a bit overweight because it's barely gaining altitude here. And yeah, but now it looks way more stable than it was when it was just taking off. Yes, that now seems like a lovely flight. Probably the speed phase has begun now, or by now. And it's turning for some speed. That's also one of the many designs which are with the elliptical wing, the fuselage which holds the cargo, the soda cans, and yeah, V-tail. It's really common to see those planes here, like I already said earlier.
And as far as I know, we can proud the team of Stuttgart for introducing the retractable landing gears to the Air Cargo Challenge. That seems to be now a trend that stabilizes. Probably be even more introduced in the future.
Yeah, what a smooth and nicely ride it is now. The 2 minutes for the scoring are probably finishing anytime soon. And yeah, we will see them probably coming in any minute now, any second now. And looks like they're also trying to lose some altitude they've gained over the course of that flight here. The landing gear is out again, so more drag for the plane, more to slow it down and lose more altitude as they come in for landing. Now they're coming in. Final approach, is it? A little bit bouncing. But that looks like a nice height. We got touchdown, no strike, and it sits on its nose, but I don't think anything was lost during that landing. And yeah,
Good job from the pilot, especially in the first moments of the flight.
yes, definitely.
Really good airmanship here.
The first moments were a bit sketchy until the first and second turn was finished, but now the whole flight and also the landing seem to be nicely executed. So, as they're done with their airplane, they're inspecting for lost parts, but I haven't seen any, so it looks like a successful flight. And as they're carrying the flight of the landing and starting area, the airfield, the next plane is coming in for their starting.
Next team should be Team Atlas Mag from Greece. I don't believe that they will hit Mag 1 just now, but maybe they'll be able to surprise us here.
So, if I heard that correctly, they said they go for 60 meters of takeoff length. They have, looks like a dual motor. Is it a dual motor?
Classic
He's got
twin engine design.
binoculars.
Yeah,
He can see a little bit better than me.
and also looks like retractable landing gears.
Retractable landing gears.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how those will perform. But I don't know if it is it just me or do they don't look that rigid.
Yeah.
Looks
The
like
landing
a steel wire, a thick or
Yeah.
something like that.
landing with model plane landing gears is always a bit tricky. So that's going to be a task for the pilot to make the touchdown smooth and possibly more on the soft side of the grass than on the runway.
Then let's see their setup, their airplane, talking some with the flight managers there.
Seems cleared.
And
Oh no, the retracts are going in.
That was the wrong button.
Now we have the 3 minutes of time to make that clear again. That looks good.
So some last fixes. We've got mode engine on. And let's see. Oh, liftoff very early.
Oh, but right. Oh.
Right to our line post. But everything within the safety flight area. The retractable landing gear is in, so that went smoothly after a first test on the airfield, on the ground. And it seems to be holding quite nicely. So, as they're in the air, they're trying to gain some altitude, like probably all the teams during that first second, 60 seconds of flight, to exchange that later for some speed. And now, as it's approaching 12 o'clock, I will say goodbye and give my microphone back to Hugo, who is continuing with the live stream together with Niels. Bye.
Yeah, we'll say goodbye for the moment to Lucas, but you'll have a bit more of him maybe later today, maybe tomorrow. So we're now joining Niels. Hello, Niels.
Hey.
How's it going?
So there we see a bit of a high-speed dash past the line.
I really like the humming of the twin motor configuration. It's like a it's a very cool sound.
Also, from my perspective, good addition to the rule board
Yeah,
to allow for twin engine designs.
surely.
We have seen that there's a good portion of teams with both motor setups, so we may see how that later impacts the leaderboard. But for now, this also looks like a really nice coordinated flight in these conditions. We have still currently basically no wind. Also a bit of a benefit for landing. Generally, we have a bit of thermal activity over the fields here. We already had seen some birds using that for their advantage. Maybe some of the pilots can use it too.
Yeah, but it's very still at the moment. I'm not sure if we can maybe get some weather information, because we do have a weather station here at the airfield.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get that. So very low humidity. We get okay. So that might not be updated. Actually, it's saying around 9 kilometers an hour and something like 21 degrees. So not too hot. Definitely better than previous weeks here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, definitely. That was an oven.
It was very, very warm for a period of time that's not regular here.
So now we see the first landing attempt. The gear is out.
Oh, and I
that
think
was
we
a bit of
might
a
have,
nose.
yeah, we might
on
have
the
lost
nose
the
landing.
propeller.
And we saw some parts flying there. So unfortunately, that flight can't be counted for the scoreboard. But still a really nice flight, really good job from the pilots, and really nicely built aircraft.
Yeah, it was a great effort from the Greek team. I'm sure they can recover from this because there's still more flying rounds, there's still more chances, and we all know that the worst flight will not count. So there's still hope for Atlas.
So next up is Rhinojet from Lyon. Also not that well-established team here in the Echo Challenge, so always nice to see new or fresher teams coming in. Hopefully having a nice experience here.
Yeah, completely new team actually. This is the first appearance in an Air Cargo Challenge. I'm not sure about the history of the club, but I think it's also quite recent association from from the French University of INSA Lyon, and actually first in history of Air Cargo Challenge, as far as I know. This is the first French team
Yeah,
ever
right.
to compete.
Yeah. So great to see them here represent their country. We see again a twin engine design with a V-tail. This time there will be no early landing gear accidents since it's a fixed landing gear.
Yeah, we can see it now on the runway doing the final checks. And I have to say, it's a quite well built airplane for a first time, just like what we saw with Lambach. Okay, rolling down the runway, gaining up speed, and
we have
liftoff.
liftoff successfully within 60 meters.
You can see the follow flaps extended, struggling a little bit to climb as they're retracted. Yeah, now it's going up.
We can really see here that the teams are pushing their aircraft, and generally we're basically on the border of what's possible within the limits of the Air Cargo Challenge of the regularly. That turn might lost a bit of altitude. We're still within the climb phase. And right about now, we should be traversing onto the speed phase.
So already in the speed leg of the mission.
Also really calmly flying through the air. Things that we last time here on this airfield 2019 not always had the benefit of. Maybe some of the older team members here remember that.
Yeah, very nice performance, I have to say. I'm quite impressed by both the Lambach aircraft and this team, new teams to the Air Cargo Challenge. It's not easy to get a hand of the regulations and all the complexity of the design. It really takes experience to get an aircraft in the air, and it takes even more experience to to make a good plane for the mission and for this competition. So a really good effort, really good performance from the French team.
Yeah, especially for first timers. That's really good performance. We can also see by the starting position they got quite a good amount of points for their reports and the presentations. So that's really good job they did here.
Very impressive.
So we should be slowly nearing the end of the speed or distance phase of the mission. The plane's also seemingly getting slower and lower. So we probably see here the next landing attempt. We have again a bit of a headwind flowing up the runway.
So that should make things easier for them, actually.
Yeah, definitely. We also see the flaps extended. Nice stable approach here.
Yeah, good approach. Good. And l'atterrissage de
And a
l'équipe
really nice
française
soft landing. Great job by the pilot.
avec les numéro 3 Rhino Jet. Very well done. And the aircraft does look intact.
Yeah.
So those are some good points that they just got in. Stable temperature of around 22 degrees here at the airfield. Very comfortable weather at the moment.
Yeah, we have always a bit of clouds for sun cover. If the sun peeks through, it gets definitely hot. We're still in the south of Germany, not one of the hottest countries in the field of participants
Oh,
here, but also
definitely
not
not.
one of the coldest, as we have people from Finland coming down here. So we just hope that they're
Not
also
struggling.
yeah, they're acclimated now to the weather here, and that the temperature drop from last week is enough for them to feel well here. Otherwise, we're doing everything to let everybody from all teams here having a good time. And there we can see the next plane, also twin engine design, being brought up to the starting point.
These are Aerotech Atlas, the Portuguese team. Another team with a long ACC history, with a participation last year. Sorry, not last year, but 2 years ago in Aachen. And previous or formerly Oli Sipo, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of experience in the team at the ACC. Let's see.
Wind is picking up again a bit. Not perfectly headwind, but almost. So should be doable for the pilot. We also see a fixed landing gear here, also with a quite high distance to get clearance for the propellers, but also some angle of attack for a quick liftoff. Let's see what they're aiming for.
We've seen quite large wingspans so far, and I think this is one of the most stubby wings, right? It looks a
Yeah,
bit tinier.
definitely one of the shorter ones. So might have been an interesting design point, optimization point on that approach.
Yeah, perhaps this extra added drag from the fixed landing gear is a bit traded off with the wingspan.
So it's looks like they're aiming for 40 meters.
It does look like it's 40 meters for the Portuguese
Yeah.
team.
Yeah, but the headwind should be able to give them a bit of shorter takeoff.
Everything set for the Portuguese team for this first flight for them at the Air Cargo Challenge 2026. As
So
we're almost halfway through the first round of the competition.
propellers are turning, the aircraft is rolling.
Oh, it's veering out. Let's see if they can save that. Ah, that's very
Unfortunately,
unfortunate.
that was a misattempt, and we lost some parts there. So the team has to go back to the hangar tent and make some repairs and adjustments to the plane.
Yeah, I'm afraid they won't be able to try again. That was a very unfortunate. It seems like they did not have enough authority to keep it on the runway, and it really struggled to climb. But again, this is just the first round of the competitions. We are expecting a minimum of 3 rounds if possible. Worst round gets erased, so there's still plenty of opportunity for them to get some good points.
Yeah. Still, that was quite for crash landing. That was a good crash landing. So we don't have to bring up any fire extinguishers or anything. That's still good. And as long as they can repair the aircraft, we're still quite happy with that attempt.
And I do have to say, I'm quite impressed. We have an audience of 250 spectators in a YouTube live stream. Thank you all for joining us in this very exciting first round of this year's edition of the Air Cargo Challenge.
Yeah, I can imagine that many of you watching online have participated in the design and building and testing of the aircrafts here. So also greetings go out to you. And we hope that we can give the best to transfer the feeling of Air Cargo Challenge over the internet to you.
We see a lot of people saying hi and cheering for their teams and for their countries. A lot of Romanian messages, a lot of Greek messages. People asking about the crosswind. There's not a lot of crosswind at the moment. It's been quite nice so far. People saying Vamos Diana. People saying Vamos Atlas. Yeah.
Next team up should be Lift Up.
Yeah, Lift Up now entering the runway.
From Padova, Italy. Also here, twin engine design, V-tail, and it looks like retractable landing gears.
I think so, yeah. Also a team with a long history in ACC, at least to my knowledge. 24 in Aachen, 22 in Munich.
Also 2019 here. I'm quite sure I've seen them.
So I'm sure it also feels special for them to come back to this airfield and to fly again in German airspace. Of course, it's a thing with these teams that the members change from year to year. It's part of the learning process. These are students that come and go, and they leave their own little piece of knowledge to the team. So it's really interesting to see how teams evolve over time, right?
Yeah. In some teams, we always see some constants.
That's true.
Yeah. So it seems like they're aiming for 40 meters and doing some last checks on the aircraft. Bit of a headwind again, slightly coming here from the right over the airfield.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we have to rectify here. I believe this is Fly Me that's now on the runway.
Okay. That was our mistake.
Yeah, sorry for that. This is the Italian team now rolling down the runway, already airborne, very early takeoff. Oh, what a sound from those motors.
And the gear is up.
Yeah, Euravia Milano with their team Fly Me from the Technical University of Milan.
Nice colors displaying the tricolor in the sky.
Also a relatively recent team in Air Cargo Challenge terms. First participation last year, 2 years ago in Aachen. So this is the second time around as they go for the climb phase of the mission. Very stable flight, very nice patterns. Very fast aircraft, I have to say.
Indeed, yeah.
An interesting wing platform with this tapered design. It's a short wing and a retractable landing gear. That's a synonym for speed.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the twin motor combination.
For those of you joining us now, we are halfway, almost halfway through the first round of the competition. Now flying is Fly Me from Eurovia Milano, the Italian team, who's finishing the speed segment of their flight and who's doing very well so far.
So the gear is down. Maybe a bit high for the first landing attempt. However, it seems stable and coordinated.
Nice and low. Very nice touchdown.
Yeah, good landing.
Congratulations to the Italian team for their first flight here in Stuttgart. Really good performance. And we now prepare for the next team in line. It's the Polish team of WT Air Design that will enter the runway shortly. Yeah, it's almost half past midday here in Stuttgart. And as the round progresses, we also see some teams grabbing the lunch, drinking something, just hanging around, watching the flights. And the Polish team is now entering the runway. Okay, I think we have to rectify again. This is not the Polish university that's now flying, but Extrados. Yeah, like we mentioned, there has been some shift in the schedule. No big changes, but there's a couple teams that might be misplaced in our original list. So this is the team from the Technical University of Valencia in Spain, Extrados. That's ready for their first flight in this year's edition of the Air Cargo Challenge. So the last checks, very nice headwind at the moment to have for the takeoff. Another very well built plane with a twin propeller configuration and a fixed landing gear that's already rolling down the runway. gaining speed and taking off in 40 meters. So it's a green flag for the Spanish team. That's already climbing. And this is a very exciting flight as well, because Extrados is currently second in the leaderboard with a very good report and also a fairly decent technical presentation yesterday. It's also maybe one of the contenders for the top places, right up against the Udine, Munich, and CTU. It's also quite interesting how we got a tie, I believe, now for the third place between Munich team and the Czech. Let's see what happens after this first round of flights, who comes out ahead, and how the provisional podium looks like. So now Extrados team is at the speed phase of their flight. It does look like a fast aircraft, despite this fixed landing gear, more conservative design. Very wide turns, using up all the space. Very nice altitude holding as well. Maybe the last stretch of the speed phase, trading off all that altitude for speed. Every meter counts towards the final scoring. And for those of you joining us now, I believe now we got the right label in the live streaming. We were showing the Polish team before, but this is actually Extrados UPV, the team from the Spanish Technical University of Valencia. They are now preparing for the landing, trying to bleed off that excess speed and to slow down this apparently quite heavy aircraft. Yeah, flaps down, nice and low, easy, little bounce, but I think that's a very good flight. Nice first points in for the Spanish team. Congratulations on this first flight. Let's see what the logs say. Let's see what was that distance. And now with me, as we wait for the next team in line, I'm with Thomas Vogelmann. Did I pronounce that correctly, Thomas?
That was pretty good, yes.
Yeah, so Thomas is the current president of the AK Modell Stuttgart, one of the people most involved in the organizing of this year's edition. How are you feeling? Are you tired?
Oh yeah, we are missing some hours of sleep and been busy the past few weeks non-stop. So we are pretty happy that it's all working out right now and the weather even is doing its part and staying kind of perfect. So let's hope it stays that way.
Let's hope it stays as we are now, with a very comfortable temperature, with a nice breeze to keep cool. And I would say we had a little bit of a hiccup this morning, right, with the transportation. We know trains in Germany are not always as punctual as people expect them to be, but I think we've kind of fixed that pretty well, and we are well on schedule, don't you think?
Oh yeah, we are pretty proud that we could present Stuttgart from its best side, and whatever happens here happens daily to us. So you're getting the OG Stuttgart treatment.
Very well. And what do you think of the flights we've seen so far? I think this has been a very good performance from the teams. It's true that we are starting with the best, or the provisional best, but what's your opinion on the flights so far?
I think we've been seeing some really, really great performances, and I'm really amazed at the quality of build and skilled pilots who are doing a really great job. Even in a little breezy conditions, they are flying their planes great.
What would you say, Thomas, was the biggest challenge from an organization standpoint for you and for the rest of the Vorstand of Akamodel in the organization of this event?
Oh, I think it was just handling the hours of work and sharing them between the handful of people who've been really involved in the planning. We've been having some problems with some minor things like the catering, or yeah, that was maybe, I mean, most of it went really great, to be honest. I think we've planned quite good, and everybody did their share of work, and now we're sitting here, so I think we did quite well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I hope we can offer the participants and everybody watching at home the best experience possible. That's at the end why we are all here today, to have fun and to enjoy this passion that unites us. So, what do you say? Should you stay here and maybe watch this next flight with me?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that pink plane going up in the air and see it do some laps around the field here.
So now we're watching the Polish team ready for takeoff. One of the aircraft with the largest wingspan on the grid, also twin motor configuration and a T-tail, just like the Chinese team.
As Hugo said, the wingspan makes quite an impressive impression on us here. Um, we can even see it from the other side of the runway, and the pink color does its job.
And takeoff for the Polish team. Very nice winglets. I didn't notice yet.
So we're seeing the plane quite high up in the air, but thanks to its wingspan, we can still see it quite clearly.
I can see that wing flexing with the turbulent air, right, and absorbing this um, gusts of the wind.
Oh yeah, but it's holding up
Yeah,
really stable.
it's
No worries here.
it's holding well. It's also a side effect of having this large wingspan, right? It deflects a lot more than a short one.
Absolutely, it does. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it is any less superior than the other planes.
Absolutely, it's just normal behavior. I don't know. There's something about big planes that you just gotta like them. How how they look in the air, right?
Absolutely, yes, and it helps quite a bit to see them in the distance, mixed with the pink color scheme of that plane. It's just a magnificent sight to be seen.
Yeah, quite unique design for the livery of this aircraft with the pink colors and all the logos from the Polish University. Also, an interesting design, I would say, for the fuselage. This aircraft has a sort of triangular cross section of the fuselage to hold the the cans. That's something we have not seen in other teams.
No, we haven't, and that triangular shape makes it quite hard to fit the retracting landing gear inside, which, as we've seen earlier in the reports, is quite a unique design.
Yeah, and actually, these aircraft, from what I saw in the technical reports, they did their own design for the retractable landing gear. It seems like we are going around and trying again. That first approach was maybe a little bit too high, so just no rush.
I think we're coming in for a second attempt. Let's see if
Yeah, we can see
this
that wing
time.
flexing. Oh, it seems like it might be a little bit bumpy.
Yeah, I think the wind isn't doing
It's probably a bit bumpy,
great.
but
Oh, and we have a
is that
touchdown.
okay? Yeah, okay.
That looks good to me.
A nice turn
Congratulations.
left
Ah,
right at the end of the of the landing.
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
congratulations to the Polish team. That was
that was
a
a great flight.
good performance. Yeah, I was mentioning about the landing gear. I found it quite interesting. Usually, you have teams go for the retractable landing gear or that folds into the wing, right? In this case, the Polish team decided to fold the or to move the wheels closer to the fuselage, which is not that common. And I think it was an interesting, a very creative approach.
Yes, it looks really unique, and especially with that triangular fuselage, it makes quite an interesting sight.
And another team with a very cool livery is the one entering the runway right now. I believe this is Lift Up from Padova.
Yeah, I think that looks really cool from the distance. Those bright colors on
Yeah,
the carbon fiber background.
very nice design.
That's a great idea.
And I think it also goes to show that the team is well prepared, right? When you have the time to take care of the details and to make the plane look beautiful and to paint it and to just make it cool looking. That means you probably got all the other part covered and you did your job. So we hopefully you can see a good flight from there as well. Last checks before takeoff for the Italian team.
And we are rolling, and I think that's the takeoff we're seeing here. Not
And
even
it's-
close
Yeah,
to the takeoff line.
a
but
little
close
bit
to us.
scary but safe. And the landing gear folded quite well. It's not just climbing away. Yeah, I really like this yellow color on the tips of the wing, don't you?
That's a really nice touch. And again, it makes it easier for the pilot to see the plane and see how it, in what kind of direction it flies and how it turns.
True. So it's not just for the looks, but it's also actually a practical addition to the design.
Absolutely. So we're having a quick change at the commentary. Hugo is leaving us for a short lunch break, and we have Niels Raaf next to me, who is commenting the flight.
Yeah, so actually we now have two AK Modell chairmen sitting here, although from really different time frames.
I hope you're not too much bothered by our German accents. So the Italian team seems to make a steady flight. Nothing out of the ordinary. Quick looking plane.
Yeah, also good paint job.
Yeah, we are all impressed by this great paint job.
So the crosswinds are picking up a bit more. So that's going to be a bit of a harder challenge compared to earlier flights. So, and we have the landing gear folding down.
I think we are trying to lose some height before we come in for a landing.
Yeah, 2019, when the team from Munich won the EKG challenge, they actually implemented a brake function to their drivetrain, which definitely was really impressive. After the experiences here, maybe a nice touch for the future again for some other teams to implement.
That was a go around from the Italian plane, but nothing too uncommon. Just playing it safe.
Yeah, especially in these first rounds of the competition. Better safe than sorry.
Yes, don't want to lose your plane on your first flight.
And of course, we also want to see you flying a bit more than only once.
It would be too sad about the great paint job.
Definitely. So, nice stable approach, good glide angle. Oh,
Oh.
unfortunately, we lost the part there. Left wheel is gone.
That
Really
will
sorry
be-
for the pilot. That's just unfortunately really nice plane, really good flight. The next one will be better.
I hope they brought some spare parts for their landing gear.
Good thing is, since it's orange, easy to spot and to pick up and to rebuild on the plane. So we're making the fuel ready for the next plane. Should be Azad Aeronautics coming right up.
Assad is entering the runway and getting ready for setup and flight.
They're aiming for 60 meters. So one of the longer distances here. Will be interesting to see if they lift up earlier. Again, a retractable landing gear, but this time a conventional tail. So in a world of V-tails, a bit of a odd one out.
The plane seems to be armed. I think we should be about to see a interesting flight.
Still waiting for the go. And there is it. Propeller spinning. 60 seconds now for the climb.
And we have a takeoff again. Not even close to the 60-meter mark.
Yeah, and a really quick folding up landing gear. Really slim tail planes we see there. But with the long fuselage, that seems to be well engineered.
It definitely seems to be. stable enough in the air.
Definitely getting some altitude. One of the higher altitudes here. So not only the aircraft, but also the approach, how to fly this mission is going to be important for the results. And here we definitely have a almost satellite now diving down to gain some speed.
Well, I guess they used their 60 seconds of climb time all the way to the end. Now they are getting into the distance flight, which has to be done as fast as possible.
Also one of the more faster planes here.
Oh, I think we can see on camera that the right landing gear is not very well retracted. Let's hope it will come out again for the landing.
So landing gear extended, looks good. And there we have the first landing approach.
Looks about a bit high, and I think the pilot decides to go around.
Really stable flying aircraft. Also good pilot work there.
Second approach seems much more promising than the first. And we have
And
a
we have
touchdown.
touchdown perfectly on the runway. Nice job from the team and the pilot.
Wow,
Great work, great flight.
great flight. Congratulations.
Next up should be the team from Glasgow.
Yes, that looks like the Scottish plane I've seen before.
A bit of a unusual design compared to the other ones. Twin engine with a V-tail and a vertical tail component extending down, as well as a fixed landing gear. Seems like they're also aiming towards the 60 meters for their takeoff.
As we said earlier, I think most teams are playing it safe for the first round. Better to get a few less bonus points than to get a 0-point flight.
Some last touches on the plane. And we should be ready to go. Propellers are turning.
Oh, that is the wrong direction.
So the time is running up. They have 3 minutes to get in the air. So now it's also a bit of a running section for the team here.
Yes, the team has to retrieve their airplane and bring it back to the starting line before they can try for another time.
As well as we would like all teams to have enough time to prepare. We're still running on a tight time budget and want to enable as much flights as possible. So they have to hurry up and make their plane ready for the next attempt.
And we're trying for a second time. Looking a bit better, but not successful again.
Yeah, the V-tail maybe isn't getting as much flow around the sides to keep the plane on track perfectly. And they're going for third attempt. I think the time budget should be over after that one. And again, it steers to the left. So
They are running, so they may have enough time for a fourth attempt.
let's hope and press our thumbs for them to get airborne and demonstrate their work.
Looking better. No.
Okay. Unfortunately, no liftoff after 60 meters. But unfortunately, the plane is still intact, and they can try for a second flight. So one quick check by the flight manager to make sure that everything is still on the plane and nothing was loose.
Also, the plane has to be disarmed so it can be carried safely by the team members without being harmed by the spinning propellers.
Yeah, definitely more of a common sight in our hobby, unfortunately. So it's really important to keep that in mind. So now Team 20, Hermes from Athens in Greece, is carrying their plane to the starting line. We see here a single engine design, again with a low mounted wing and V-tail, and what it seems like a fixed landing gear. Also here aiming for takeoff in 60 meters.
Last checks before the takeoff and the flight, and some instructions from our flight attendant, or our safety, our man of safety. He's is Max today. He's making sure that the planes are safe to fly and no pilot is flying where he isn't supposed to be.
So the headwind is still here. So that's at least really nice for all teams to have a bit of a similar condition for their flights. Might be different in the next rounds. So they are ready to take off. The propeller is spinning.
Last check with the organizer's tent, and they have the signal of the measurement box, so they are ready to take off.
And we are airborne. Well below 60 meters. But the plane is
Oh,
struggling to
that
gain altitude here a bit.
was close to the field, but they have made it. It looks quite heavy, the plane.
Flaps are now also retracted. And the climb phase is currently going. Although it seems like here not much altitude gains as in some other flights are possible. So
I think we're getting some altitude
Yeah.
slowly, but that's a good sign.
Also relatively calm flying aircraft and pilot in that sense. Always a good sign. We should be entering the speed zone right now. Sharp turn here. Oh, there was a bit of a cracking noise. Audible, at least from our position.
Yeah, that was a bit of a steep flight, and then they had to pull hard on the elevator, which puts a lot of strain into the wings. Great. Let's have a look at this flight. I think we're coming in for a landing. And again, we're going around as it was a bit high. And the plane is coming in for a second attempt for landing. And we have touchdown, which looked quite soft. Great flight.
And next up is Vantus Aero Design from the University of Sevilla in Spain. Second Air Cargo Challenge participation for them. And as the Hermes team vacates the runway, the Spanish team from the University of Sevilla is almost ready for takeoff.
The plane is rolling and they are going for a 60-meter takeoff.
See, I would say that was within the 60 meters, so perfect takeoff. It seems to be struggling a little bit for to climb.
Oh, that
Let's see.
doesn't look good.
Ah,
That must have hurt.
yeah, there seemed to be some kind of issue with the climbing. It seemed to be a bit unsteady. Not sure. We don't know for sure what happened there, but
Yeah, the conditions low on the above the ground are a bit turbulent. So
yeah, that is true. And there's a bit of crosswind as well.
Didn't help, I guess. I think the teams is looking for the plane.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the plane soon. Well, yeah, unfortunate, but again, there's still plenty of options. This flight will probably get erased from their scoring. They can still play for fight for a good placement.
Yes, and also the wheat on the field looks quite soft, so
That is
it
true.
may not be that bad.
That is true. It's not the same as crashing onto the runway, for example. That's very hard and can damage the aircraft quite a lot.
Yes, so good for them to land in the soft field.
And we are searching for the missing aircraft from Vantus, which had a tricky climb and unfortunately ended in the field next to the runway. Let's see if we can find that They're playing fast and continue with the round, which has been otherwise relatively uneventful in terms of accidents, hasn't it?
Yes, so far we've had quite a few skilled pilots and well-engineered planes, which stayed relatively stable in the air. I think they may have found something. So let's see what they pull out of the field.
Yeah, it looks like.
We have a thumbs up and we can see a plane. I think that must be the missing plane.
Yeah, and I can see the wing in one piece. That's a good sign.
That's great. I think the fuselage is
Ah,
also
it
looking good. Just the landing gear.
It doesn't seem
which
to
I
be
see.
major damage, right?
No, I think that is easily fixable until the next round.
And I believe this team also has a spare plane. So yeah, plenty of options for them still.
Nothing to worry about for them. We can see the team carrying the plane, and it looks quite undamaged. Just the landing gear, which needs to be reattached, but that should be a minor fix.
And an orange plane after the other. In this case, we can see on the runway the Australian team. So
Wow, what a
long
journey.
way. Yeah, what a journey for them.
We are honored to have a team come from the other side of the world just
Literally.
to join our competition.
Quite literally. We're very happy to have you guys here. Okay, so seems we have a takeoff.
And they went for 40 meters and they cleared the 40 meters. What a great takeoff.
And again, just like Vantus, this is their second time in the competition. They made their first appearance in Aachen in 2024 with a very unique plane, a very tiny in comparison to the other teams, 3D printed, mostly 3D printed airplane. A very interesting sight.
Yeah, it was great to see them there. We were very surprised to see an Australian team, and I think they built their plane to fit in their luggage. So
Yeah, that is true. This year, though, it's a much larger prototype. It's also a special feature, right? In the with this tail boom, double tail boom configuration.
yes, I don't think we've seen that today yet. So
Nope.
that's the first of its kind.
We are well into the speed phase of this flight mission for Sydney UAV Engineering Suave.
Yes, and it looks really stable. Great plane, great pilot. I think the speed flight is over and we are about to see a landing.
Yeah, they're coming in for the approach. The Australian team. The motor off. Very steady descent. A very
Wow.
nice landing.
That was a great landing, yes. Great height and congratulations to the Australian team.
That was a very nice flight. I'm so happy for the Australian guys. I remember they struggled quite a bit in the previous edition with the really tall grass of the Ferdinand. With such a small plane they had, it was quite tricky for them to get airborne. This time around, though, really great flight. Congratulations. And I think the next team is the Romanian team, Team Nova from the Polytechnic University of Bucharest. And this was one of the best bit, I will say, best built airplanes on the grid. Really nice finish. Very good structural design. And it's also the first time we see the Romanian team participate. So let's see how this goes for them. Last couple checks for the Romanian team, Team Nova, before they give full throttle. I think we are waiting for the go from the telemetry.
I think everything is in order and the plane is about to start. Last discussions at the with the pilot.
Let's see if we are clear for takeoff finally. Okay, we have movement. And it's a valid takeoff for the Romanian team.
The plane looks quite light
Yeah,
and took off in just a few meters.
it's climbing up very easily. It seems like he's circling around what might be a thermal.
I've been seeing some birds circling at this
Yeah.
exact spot the past flight, so maybe he's just
He's
taking
gaining
what he
quite.
gets.
Yeah, he's gaining quite a bit of altitude.
Yeah. The plane is really high up.
Wow. I mean, if you see a bird circling somewhere, that you know you can go there and get some lift.
Yes, they usually know it much better than we do.
Okay, he's out of the circling pattern and into the flight, speed flight phase. Yeah, we've been used to seeing the planes much closer to us, much lower, and this is quite an unusual sight. To we can barely get the shadow of the plane.
Yes, as the drivetrain power is regulated by the rules, most planes are rather underpowered and struggle to climb, but
Hmm.
this plane does not. It flies really fast and really high up.
And it's a bit of a shame because, like I said, it's a very well built, very well put together and finished airplane. So we would like to see it closer, actually.
Yeah, it's barely visible to our plain eyes, but I think on camera we get a great look of the plane.
Last few seconds of the speed phase, and the Romanian team, Team Nova, will slowly transition to the approach.
I think it looks like we are already in the final few turns and we'll see a landing shortly.
Hopefully, a good landing for the Romanian team. Still a bit of altitude to get rid of.
Well, the plane would make a great sailplane, but that doesn't make the landing easier. Now we are coming in for the first landing attempt. And I think we have touchdown and a great flight.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to the Romanian team. That was a very good performance, very and a great start to the competition for them. We are seeing so many new teams nail it in their first try. This is not common, and I'm so happy to see it.
No, that's a really great start in a competition, and I hope we can keep those teams for the next couple of years.
And as we now watch a replay from a previous flight, I believe this was a previous incident we had upon landing from one of the teams with a landing gear collapsing. And Icarus Polito, the team from the Politecnico di Torino, is ready for takeoff now. Yet another Italian team. This goes to show the the tradition, the tradition of the Italian teams that are quite a lot in the grid this year and historically. And we already saw the performance from Udine, the performance from Lift Up. We also saw Fly Me, and yet another Italian team. Let's see how it goes for them. I think we could even make a sort of Italian league just within the Cargo Challenge. It's great that there's so much interest in this competition in Italy. We really like that. Spain is another country with a lot of teams. We've seen Vantus fly, we've seen Extrados, and there's still a few others coming up. And the Greek teams are almost always there as well. Icarus Polito clear for takeoff anytime now. And the successful takeoff within 40 meters for the Italian team. Oh, and we see the retractable landing gear trying to fold in. I think the pilot might have had to try a second time for the mechanism to work properly, but it does seem to be just fine now. Right, we yet another plane that's circling around the end of the runway to gain some altitude. A similar strategy to the one we saw just recently by the Romanian team. And Icarus Polito is already on the speed phase of the mission. Let's see how many extra meters of distance can this very nice retractable landing gear give them. Very good, very stable flight path by the Italian team. Who's almost finished the speed phase. Last few meters before we prepare for the approach. Icarus Polito now flying from the Politecnico di Torino with a very nice, very stable aircraft that will hopefully give them a nice amount of points in this first round. We're losing some altitude, losing some speed, setting everything up for landing. Final turn for Icarus Polito before landing. Slowly getting down on the grass. Very soft. Oh, very nice landing actually on the stone runway. That was an impressive effort by the pilots. Congratulations to the whole team. Yeah, really well done. I can see some people in the chat of the live stream cheering up for Icarus. You can be very proud of the performance of your team, even from the distance. And we are happy to bring it closer to you with this live stream. So hopefully you stick around. There's still over 200 people watching us from home. We are so glad we can bring you the competition a bit closer, even if you couldn't make it to Germany. And yeah, just stay tuned because there's a lot more to come. There's still 2 days ahead, a lot of action, a lot of competition, and very good competition, I would say. And next up is the Polish team from Jetstream, another very well settled team within the Cargo Challenge history. With yet another twin propeller design. It's now on the runway. Seems to have done a first thrust check and will soon take off. Also, a lot of Polish hooligans in the live stream chat. Referencing Kubica with the Renault team. Oh, So there has been an issue with the landing gear of the Polish team. Let's see if they can manage to get it fixed and ready. As long as they stay within the 3 minutes that they have to get a valid takeoff, it should be okay. If it's not, if it's anything serious, it does seem though that they will vacate the runway and they will have to make some adjustments before that plane is ready to fly again. Yeah, we'll see. There will be more rounds. We hopefully have the chance to see the Polish team in the air and see that aircraft take off. Now on the runway, yet another Spanish team. The team from Galicia, Uvigo Aerotech, that will soon take off. The first meters seems to veer off the runway, but that's just fine. They can try again and line it up with the runway. Again, there's 3 minutes for taking off. Okay, a little bit better this time. So hopefully this pilot can get a bit more confidence with the plane and achieve a good takeoff roll. See, it's not always easy with a tail dragger to get good control on the ground. This is it's a real challenge. I'm not sure if the issue might be some asymmetrical thrust, hopefully not, or if that's just the rolling resistance of one of the wheels. And it seems like they've run out of time to perform the takeoff, so they will have to sadly vacate the runway and try again in the next round, which is fine. That's fine. They'll have more tries. there's still hope for them to get good points. And from one Spanish team, we move to the next. The Galician team gives way to the team from Toledo, Diana. Diana from the University of Castilla-La Mancha in Spain. Second time at the Air Cargo Challenge. The first. Oh, sorry, no, I think this is the first time they participate at the Air Cargo Challenge. We've seen them before in other competitions, but this is the first time for the team, so they can be very excited to fly here in Stuttgart. There's movement on the runway, and there is an unfortunate bank to the left, and the landing gear has apparently detached. They can hopefully get that plane fixed for next round. I'm sure they'll be able to get that in the air and make the most out of the remaining rounds. But still, good effort to the team from Castilla-La Mancha. Very nicely built plane. Also for a first participation, the aircraft does look like a high quality manufacturing. So yeah, let's see if we can get some more action from them in the further rounds. We already have another aircraft, the next team on the runway. And this is the ITU ATA team from the Istanbul Technical University. And this will be the first of the two Turkish teams on the grid to fly today. Let's see if we get a takeoff. I think we might. Yeah, oh, okay. So the aircraft overrun the 60 meters available, and despite being very well centered on the runway, it's unfortunately ended up at the end of the airfield. Let's see. We see the team running to get the aircraft because they might still be within the 3 minutes. It would be interesting to see if they can evaluate the actual damage, if there's any damage on the aircraft, and whether there's a possibility to try again and maybe get it ready for takeoff. I think they are going to try. They are running to the head of the runway to go for a second attempt. They might need to check that landing gear. I can see from there it's a bit uneven or asymmetric, but otherwise the plane does look pretty much fine. So yeah, okay. Yeah, this could be interesting. Let's see if they manage to take off. Again, the team from Istanbul Technical University attempting their second takeoff run. And we have a takeoff. Very impressive. Very, very impressive after a failed first attempt. Skimming the fields, and it sadly not been able to climb, but it did seem at first that the aircraft was capable to get some altitude, and it also felt like a relatively stable aircraft. That's very unfortunate, but very impressive from the Turkish team. So congratulations, nonetheless, because achieving a takeoff after a first failed attempt is not something we see usually. It's not only difficult to or unusual to have the aircraft undamaged after a first failed attempt, but it's also affecting the available thrust, because the battery of the aircraft is getting drained when it's running at full power during the takeoff. So there's usually less voltage available for a second takeoff round, and it's not common to be successful in the second attempt. But it did seem like a very loaded aircraft, which is good news for the team, because that means they can probably manage to get good points in the subsequent rounds. And now on the runway, yet another Spanish team. Team number 5, Trencolàs team from the Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya, about to make their first flight of this round. First flight of this competition. A very traditional team making their first appearances at the Air Cargo Challenge in the late 2000s. So a team with a lot of experience. And we'll see how it works for them. Last final checks. Remember, we have to arm the aircraft on the ground only when it's on the runway. to make sure that it's not the propeller is not active at any other time. And so now that the aircraft seems to be armed, the takeoff should begin at any time. So pilot and helper are ready. Plane is also ready. Propellers are spinning. Just small adjustment. Last check. Want to make sure everything is optimal. There's movement. And the aircraft is off the ground. No bounce. Although it seemed at first that it might touch again. So it was a successful, very tense moments as the aircraft struggles to climb. Otherwise, very impressive takeoff within the 60 meters that they predicted. And it's really struggling to climb. That aircraft looks like it's loaded to the maximum of its capability. Let's see if they can bring this home. Yeah, easily. Very good job by the pilot. It's very low over the runway, and now it does seem to get a lot of altitude. Oh, that's a very close shot from here. It's almost static in the air. It's very impressive. I wonder how many cans this is this aircraft carrying. I think I remember from the report it was over 15 cans, which is a very impressive amount. One of the highest payloads of the grid. It looks like the pilot's it's attempting to land. Yeah, touchdown, little rebound. And soft landing. Very tense flight, very good. It seems like the pilot wanted to familiarize a little bit with the aircraft and with the airfield. And in that sense, even though they didn't achieve the mission for the scores, for the score of the competition, I would call this a success because now he's fully confident in the aircraft. They have a reference for the takeoff length. They have a reference for the payload capability, and I'm sure they can get some good points in the subsequent rounds. The team from the Technical University of Catalonia, Trencalos, who just finished the first flight, sort of a test flight, and are inspecting the aircraft condition before vacating the runway. And at the moment with me is Lucas, yet another
Hello, everyone.
yet another ACA model member, also with the organization and helping with flight management, so helping the pilots. How have you seen the flight so far?
Yeah, there's been many great flights. We've seen that there's a wide variety of, I think, strategies when it comes to payload, to trajectories, if the teams are going more for weight, for speed, and many successful flights so far. Yeah.
Yeah, So I guess the job of the pilot helper or the flight manager has to be a bit tough. You have to control an aircraft that you're not actually controlling. How does it feel like?
Well, yeah, it's definitely quite busy and running back and forth, but I think now we've got our procedure quite dialed in. So yeah, our task is to verify that the aircraft's properly armed, the telemetry is working, and then we give the clearance to the pilot, check the validity of the takeoff, check the time for the takeoff, and the validity of the landing. So yeah, plenty of things to do, and no time to get bored for sure.
Right. Very exciting task and also a huge responsibility because you're also in charge for the safety really of the flights, right?
Yeah, of course. At any moment, we have to make sure that the aircraft is staying within the defined flight zone and not endangering anyone. So we keep a close eye on the on the aircraft and are ready to intervene if anything potentially dangerous susceptible to happen. But so far, there's been no issues.
Very good. And let's see how the rest of the round looks like. So far, I would say it's been quite successful. We've seen many good flights, also some tense moments. But
Yeah, I would say from my past experience from ACC, this is a really good round because in the past many times we've had a lot of failures in the first rounds. Also, a lot of teams not yet ready. And actually, I think so far everyone was ready for their flight, and the success rate was really good compared to what I've known in the past. So I can definitely say that it's a very competitive and high quality field in this competition this year.
yeah, I would agree with you, especially in this first round. It's easy for teams to not be fully ready or to still have some missing stuff to sort out. But it seems like they're very well prepared, and I think the results speak for themselves. So it will be very interesting to see how the leaderboard changes after this first round, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this will. So far, the teams have been judged on the technical reports and the presentation, so more on the theoretical stuff. But yeah, for sure, the things can look different once we're in the air, and definitely the flights are the biggest part of the final score.
Huge
so everything,
portion.
absolutely, everything can still change, and I think the end of this round will give us a much clearer picture with who really has the best airframe. Even though, of course, that will not be definitive because we still are hopeful to fly many more rounds, and of course the teams have the possibility to increase the risk they're taking also once they have two valid flights, and because the best two flights count. So with time, I would expect that teams go for higher and higher risk, and I think it's going to be a tight and really interesting race.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see, indeed, how the top teams fight against each other for the top positions and add a bit more payload, a bit more risk to their strategies as the rounds progress. Hopefully, give us a bit of spectacle towards the end.
Absolutely. And I think in addition to the increased, let's say, risk willingness with every flight, also the teams will get to know the aircraft better, the airfield, the conditions, etc., and will feel more confident as well. So I definitely expect an increase in scores over the flight. And we have a takeoff from team 15 from
Yeah, this is the second Asian
it's
team of the
yes.
grid with a successful takeoff in 60 meters.
If I'm not mistaken, this is our first ever team from Thailand participating in the Air Cargo Challenge.
It's exciting to unlock new countries participating at the ACC.
Yeah, well, it's mainly a European-centric competition. We've had teams coming from further away for many years. So, from what I can recall, definitely we've had the regular teams from China participating, but also we've had Mexico, we've had Egypt, we've had Australia, we've had
We have a US team this year
US.
as well.
Oh yeah, US as well. I think that's the second time we have a US team. So yeah, definitely also some
A lot of
some
variety.
teams taking a longer trip to compete in this competition. So we can see that Team 15 has a fairly small aircraft compared to the rest of the flying field, or the average size. And I think they're currently getting close to ending the distance task. Of course, with the low weight that comes with the small size, they're also getting a bit more turbulence, or being more strongly impacted by the wind. But so far, they're doing a really good job of keeping the aircraft in the air. And Team 15 coming for landing
Great
successfully.
landing. Yeah, great flight for Team 15. Congratulations to the team. I'm sure it must feel great to travel such a long distance and get this first successful flight, the most awaited. Yeah, very well
The
done.
most stressful one.
Yeah. Yeah, once you get your first flight in, you know you can afford a mistake, right? So it's also a bit of a psychological.
Well, I think you need the second one in to be.
That is true. That is true.
But for sure, I mean, the first flight, if that's successful, can really give a huge boost in confidence, let's say, and
Mhm.
and the nervousness goes down a little bit, let's say. And our next team up is team number 1, Euravia Zagreb from Croatia. Former winner of the competition in 2015,
Yep.
already here on this very airfield.
Same team, different members. I would expect. Right
Oh
after all
yes,
this
well that
time.
was a long time ago, so I'm not sure if there's any member who remains from that time.
We were talking about how interesting the evolution of the team so over the years is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's really a central part of the success in ACC is being able to transmit the knowledge from one generation of members to the next one to be able to really build on the knowledge and not start from scratch. And I think that's really uh, if I was to point on one thing, all the really successful and competitive teams have in common, it's really that capacity of building on the knowledge from previous editions and to strengthen their skills year after year and edition after edition.
And there's movement on the runway, but it seems like there will be a second attempt as the aircraft from the Croatian team comes to a halt in the middle of the runway. I believe this is the only aircraft with a push configuration. An interesting choice.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, quite unique configuration. Something a bit different.
Oh, and they're actually taking out the propeller from the motor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's on purpose. Let's see.
It does seem that like there's something missing. Let's hope they can fix it.
Yeah, they're still within the 3 minutes time for takeoff, so I think they will go for another attempt.
So were you there in Zagreb in 17, or was that before your time?
No,
at the
that was
ICAO?
before my time. My first participation was in 2017, which was then in Zagreb. But
Okay.
I was there. I was not in 2015 here when they won, but that was just before I joined the ICAO model. But yeah, in 2017 I was actually the pilot for our team, and that was my first participation. It was really a great experience, a bumpy ride, I can say, because we also had a crash. I think.
Oh, really?
1 month before the competition, we actually our plane got to know the electric pylon in the background here a little bit too close.
Oh,
And,
is it?
so that was a stressful time to rebuild it, but we were able to do it. And the aircraft is actually exposed over there in our little ICAO Model museum. And yeah, we're actually able to win that competition also in Zagreb in 2017. It was also a very tough field and a very narrow ranking. I
Yeah, I
think
can imagine.
the point difference was very small.
So Zagreb has managed to solve their problems and to take off within their predicted distance, and is currently flying.
Yep. Here also fairly small and I suppose light aircraft. You see it's being moved around a little bit by the wind gusts, but nothing concerning. So yeah, the pusher configuration is quite unique. Has some pros and cons. But it comes, yeah. The main thing is, of course, if you go with a pusher prop, you have to go also with the twin boom tail configuration.
Right, you gotta
And,
leave some room for the propeller to spin
Yeah,
there, right?
exactly. So
There's no way around it.
no. Yeah, some advantages could include that with the propeller in the back, you get to accelerate the boundary layer of the fuselage to reduce the drag a little bit, which is something I'd originally expected more teams to at least take into consideration, but it seemed to not be a very, very popular choice in the end. But there's also, yeah, as you mentioned, also a couple drawbacks, and yeah, ultimately only one pusher prop.
I think simplicity is also an aspect that teams focus on because of reliability
I think,
and
key to successful participation is also that you have to pick your battles, right? You have to You have to focus on what you know how to do, but also, of course, not be too conservative. But there's a right balance there to find. And I think that's part of the art, and how innovative and how aggressive do you want to be, while still being reliable and doable, also in terms of time investment, of resources ultimately.
And I think from what I overheard, there will be a second round today.
I think for now, I'm not sure exactly how many flights we've had, but I think we are pretty good on schedule, and therefore I think indeed it looks pretty good for another round. I think we should be able to manage that before the end of the day. Yeah, of course, the more rounds we manage to do, the more chances the teams get to improve their flights. So that's definitely something we're aiming for.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It just makes it more exciting. There's more opportunity to increase the bet and to push the aircraft to the limit. That's always good to see.
Yeah, and so far the weather forecast for the next days look pretty good. So I think we'll really be able to have 3, probably almost full days of flying, which we're really happy with.
And next up is a team that I was really looking forward to see flying. Is a Finnish team, Team Albatros number 33, with a very special aircraft configuration. That's one of the most unique this year.
Absolutely, I think the Team Albatros is now participating for, I think, the second or third time. Not exactly sure. I remember in the last edition they had a gigantic third time. Yeah, could be. They had really in Munich, or maybe it was Munich indeed. They had like a huge aircraft. Was quite really one of the biggest, if not maybe the biggest in the competition back then.
Could be, yeah. I remember seeing the team members pull out the wing panels from the box, and it didn't seem to have an end.
Yeah, definitely a team that likes to push the limits.
And we see on the live stream the current leaderboard, just as a reminder of what the current standings are. Remember, this is not including the ongoing flight round, but just the results from the static tests, the report and technical presentation from yesterday. We'll see how this changes after the scoring of the first round. I'm sure we will see some changes, some teams gaining positions, some teams falling behind.
Yeah, so far the big names are up there and up to the expectations. So yeah, ROD, Extrados, Aquadem Munich, those are really established teams that have a really good a track record, let's say, of great results in the ACA model and the AirCargo challenge, and So but also some unexpected teams in the or unexpected, yeah, new teams in the top 10. So I mentioned earlier that it's quite important to have a long history, or that it correlates strongly to success, but it doesn't have to be. We've also seen complete rookies actually win the Air Cargo Challenge. That was the case in 2022 when in Munich it was the team from WTH Aachen who won on their first participation actually. So yeah, while I would say usually the long-running experienced teams have an advantage, that's not a rule, and you always have to be careful of not underestimating the newcomers.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting the guys from Aachen to win the Cargo Challenge
Oh
in
no, that
22.
was a big surprise. Big surprise.
I
They
guess
were real underdogs.
yeah,
But,
also for them,
but well
maybe.
deserved. Well deserved. They did it back then.
Yeah.
It was a great performance.
They did a good job, and it's
hats off.
bit
to
sad
them.
that they couldn't come this time around. They were originally registered for this event. So if there's anyone watching from Aachen, we say hi to you, and we hope you can come in the next editions.
Absolutely. And now we have on the runway team number 28, the Cajun Jets,
Yeah,
which
this-
are our only team
From the US.
from the US and from America actually this time. They're the second team from the US in the Air Model and god damn it, second time in the Air Cargo Challenge history. But we've had a couple other teams from America. I remember a particular team from Mexico with a really highly motivated team that were really putting up a great atmosphere on the airfield. That was
Yeah.
really nice. But sadly, we haven't seen them again
And
since then.
it's not common to see teams from the US and from Mexico and these other American countries. Mostly, I think, because the distance.
It's quite expensive to
obviously a
find
reason.
the funding to fly the people
Yeah,
in. They
but
have
they
much
also-
higher travel costs. So
They
it's
also
much
have
difficult.
other competitions like the SAE.
That as well, right? We're competing.
So it seems like they mostly stick to those, but it's great to see them here, of course.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the team from Aachen who won the Air Cargo Challenge in 2022, they actually also won the Design Build Fly competition, I think 1 year before. So they pretty much came, won everything that was to win, and
left.
and left again. Yeah, mic drop. And so yeah, that was quite a streak that they had in those years. I think it was pretty much the same team throughout. So it seems there is a technical problem and that they will not attempt the flight. That's unfortunate, but sometimes it's also the right decision when something's not looking right. Yeah, to rather fix it and not risk the airframe and try to go for it in the next round. There will be plenty of other occasions. But if I'm not mistaken, that might be the last team of this round, right?
I believe we're still missing Beo Aviam.
Oh
They
yeah, you're
should be
right. You're right.
getting
I
ready.
still see a few ones.
Albatros,
queue.
the twin fuselage highlight of the competition.
No, so still a few to go, but we're coming close to the end of the first round.
So the next team is now fully prepared and entering the runway. This is team number 32, Beoavia.
Yep. Also a team with a long history of participating in the Air Cargo Challenge. I think they've been at every edition that I can remember so far. So yeah, also a pretty established, well-established team. Alright, it's a team that picked the twin engine configuration. Fairly long landing gear, but otherwise rather conventional. Although I would say that in the Air Cargo Challenge, it's almost the V-tail that is the most conventional configuration. And they choose to go with the T-tail, so that's actually maybe not the most conventional choice, but definitely one that is well proven.
And it's sometimes tricky to get the T-tail to work properly, right? If you don't have the right tolerances.
It's not the easiest because of course you need to get all the forces from the HTP into the fuselage through the VTP, so that makes the
So
whole
it's a structural challenge.
structural design a bit more complicated, probably a bit heavier. But on the other side, you also get your HTP out of the slipstream of the wing, so there's also some aerodynamic advantages. It's always a trade-off, and we'll have to try that again.
Some ground control 30 issues that we've also seen in other teams.
Yeah, I think while most of the points come, or all of the points come from, most of the times come from the flight task. It's always been a bit of a takeoff competition, the Air Cargo Challenge, right?
And landing competition.
And landing competition, yeah. In the past, the first editions were always only about being able to take off, go around, and land again. It was all about the maximum payload. In recent editions, there's been more focus on being able to also fly fast or efficiently, so a bit more multidisciplinary task and a bit more complexity in the design of the aircraft. But
and I think it makes it more interesting from a participant standpoint, right? For the challenge is more complex and with many different phases, but it's also better to look at and as a spectator.
yeah, for sure, it brings more diversity, more complexity as well. But I think also that the pure lifting competition, so to say, had its thrill. Although it was before my time, I've seen the videos and it was really all about barely clearing the 60 or 40 meter line. And we have team 32 with, unfortunately,
Very
a crash
rough
just
crash.
after takeoff.
It's a sad
course.
moment for the BOAVia team that will have to go recover the aircraft that's crashed shortly after takeoff, despite having cleared the 60-meter line.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Something, of course, no one wants to see, as in this case, they will not be able to reattempt the takeoff, at least in this round. But let's cross fingers that they'll be able to fix what needs to be fixed and to try it again in the next round.
Yeah, but the good news is they solved the first challenge of control authority on the ground. They know that they can make it within the 60 meters, so now it's just a matter of trying again in the next round, and I'm sure they'll be able to get some points then.
maybe the cornfield will have softened the landing or the impact a little bit. Let's hope for the best. Oh, and the aircraft looks fairly intact, I would say. The landing gear is missing, but otherwise,
Yeah, well,
it's not looking too bad, I would say.
for
That's-
how it sounded,
yeah,
it's
for
pretty
sure.
much
It
intact.
sounded worse than it's looking now.
It's built like a tank, that plane.
Yeah, seems so. Seems so, and I would say you probably have good chances of being able to fix that rather quickly and have another attempt in a subsequent round.
Yeah, propeller is still intact. The only thing that ripped apart was the landing gear.
Yeah, and it's good to see great sportsmanship also from the other team. I think every flight, even the ones that are not so successful, deserve a round of applause for also all the effort that the teams did to be here with an aircraft and to take part in the competition. Yeah.
Definitely, they all shared this huge amount of time and effort they've put onto their designs, and so it's great to see that they share that um, sportsmanship and that they also care about the other teams.
Yeah, I think every participant can probably relate to what everyone went through. So I think the Air Cargo Challenge is also about this. It's about also it's a community, and many people, many teams have also some great relations. Yeah, outside of the competition, meet up once in a while, and I think it's fair to say that everyone is rooting for one another. So next up on the runway is Team 22 Air 1.
I think this is team 16.
It's 16. It just
Uh,
updated.
Another Turkish team, Tofen Aygok. Sorry for the likely mispronunciation. And this is a special team because it's one of the teams that don't come from a university. It's high school students from Turkey that have been coming to the last three editions or so.
Yeah, so I think for them the challenge is particularly high, knowing that they have probably no background in engineering, but still every time they've been able to bring an aircraft to the field, and I think really that deserves big congratulations and a lot of respect. Definitely also an aircraft that's on the smaller end of the spectrum.
A very early takeoff.
Oh yeah, that was not a problem at
and
all.
a very steep climb as well.
Yeah, well, the smaller you are and lighter, of course, means your power to mass ratio is increasing as well. So for sure that makes the takeoff much easier. But also, as we mentioned before, they're more impacted by the wind as well. But so far, it's looking pretty good. So far, a very solid flight. Seems to be a very well-behaved aircraft. With a pretty high speed as well. So we really see that they seem to be executing their strategy perfectly, with very consistent trajectories. With the small size of the aircraft, we can also see that it's fairly nimble. They can do some rather small turns, and they have finished their distance task and are already approaching for landing. Let's see how that goes. And that's a great landing for Team 16. A very successful flight. So I think that might be this time the last flight of this round, which is this time Team 22 Air 1. So Team Air 1 is from the University of Bologna in Italy. Italy is, I think, might be one of the countries, might be the country with the most teams. Probably a close race with Spain, but for sure one of the countries that has the longest and longest history in the competition, and uh, a lot of participations from a lot of different teams. Let's see how it goes. And that was not a successful takeoff, but the aircraft seems to be quite strongly built. Didn't budge at all from what I could see, and it's looking like there will be another attempt. let's see the second attempt. Ooh, and unfortunately, again, they seem to have a bit of issues, some issues with steering, essentially. But again, this aircraft is surprisingly robust. And yeah, they will try again. No, it seems there will be no further attempts. So unfortunately, no successful flight in this round. Oh, I stand mistaken. Stand corrected. No, they will go for it again. Let's hope it works out better this time. Well, they are airborne. Let's see if all goes well. I might have seen a part fly off the aircraft at takeoff, so let's see if that counts as a valid flight, but no, they can only try to make the most out of it. Oy, oy, oy. Definitely coming a bit close to the ground here. And they have speed. Oh, I think, are they coming for landing? It seems so, it seems so. Yes. And that is a very smooth landing, actually. Now, I'm not completely sure, but I think, unfortunately, it was not a valid flight because they lost a part during takeoff, which is why they had to abort the flight. But they will have another chance in the subsequent rounds. And with that, I think the first round of the competition is finished. Oh no, it's not. So I've been joined by Christian Rieger, also a person with a very long history in the Air Cargo Challenge. When was your first participation?
Yeah, hello. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, pleasure
my
to have you.
First participation, I'm not even sure. First time I was actually here in Stuttgart was 2009.
Oh, that is quite a while back. Definitely, you beat me there by a lot.
Yeah,
So-
I have to admit, the first 2 times or 3 times I was just a visitor and participating really actively a little bit later.
I see, I see, I see. Yeah. So what do you think of the competition so far?
Yeah, so I'm just here for like 1 hour now or so. So I'm really impressed what you again put up here on the field. Big tent, big organization, really going through the first round really fast. So I'm really impressed with that amount of teams, how far you are already. Like, awesome organization. I did not expect anything else from you, of course, but still, it's a big challenge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think organizing the ACC is an even bigger challenge than participating into it, at least in some aspects. And we seem to just have had a slight mishap on the runway here. Let's see if they're able to go for another attempt. Yeah, as I mentioned before, definitely the small aircraft are struggling a little bit with the crosswind, which definitely makes the takeoff quite challenging.
Yeah, I think the crosswind is something quite familiar here at this airfield, at least for the air cargo challenge. I remember some flights here with crosswinds as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is nothing that we can really control, but I guess at least it's pretty much the same win for everyone. So uh, everyone has to find a way to deal with that issue. And in a way, while it's crossed, it's still coming rather aligned with the runway, which is definitely helping with takeoff, because of course the wind speed is added to your ground speed, and can definitely allow for a higher payload. So it's something also the teams will mostly have taken into account in their calculations and in their payload predictions. So yeah, how strong is the wind? Where is it coming from? Is it helping or not? There's a lot of factors to consider. Also here, for example, you may just mention this airfield. It also has the particularity to have this slightly not uneven but tilted runway that goes a little bit down from left to right. So that's definitely helping. If the wind was coming the other way around, we would have to roll a little bit uphill, which would then be rather detrimental to the takeoff performance. So yeah, many aspects to consider.
Yeah, and actually also putting all that into the optimization ahead of the competition is a real big challenge. So respect to every team that managed to be here to build up and really to come here with a tested aircraft, show that it flies and everything. That's a huge amount of work and really impressive by everybody.
Yeah. The flight days now are really the peak of the event, but yeah, we have to keep in mind that most of these teams have been working very intensively on their aircraft for the last year, probably, as the competition rules were released a little bit under a year ago, and so for most of them, that started with the first phase of analyzing the rules, understanding the different possibilities, how the new aircraft should look like for these new rules, and then trying to optimize, to compare, to find really the best configuration, the best size, the best airfoils. There's really a huge number of variables, and of course, the more you're able to and yeah, that makes, of course, the challenge. The more variables you're able to bring into your optimization, of course, the more likely you're able to find the true optimum, but also the more complex the design task gets in terms of computational efforts, programming, etc. That's a big challenge, and sometimes it's also a good approach to make some assumption, to simplify the problem a little bit, uh, to let's say go for a robust solution rather than for the absolute peak performance. So that's really one of the many choices the teams have to make. Yeah, so now in the air we have Team Albatros from Tampere University. I think I can say one of the most innovative aircraft in this competition, with a twin fuselage aircraft. That's something we haven't seen at all. So far, we've had a twin boom with a central fuselage, but this time we've have twin engines, twin fuselage. Definitely a rather unusual sight.
And also means that the motors are quite far away from each other, so you really have to control the different thrust of both. So challenging conditions.
Definitely, definitely. But so far, I mean, from looking at it, seems like a rather well-behaved aircraft that is flying quite consistently.
Also had quite a simple takeoff, so
Yeah, I think many teams have been rather conservative in their payload predictions for this first round. So dipping their toes into the water a little bit before committing to higher payloads once they have a bit more confidence. Um, but yeah, so far a pretty solid performance, I would say.
you can see a little bit that the tailplane has a very shallow angle, so it's quite flat. So I think you can see it sometimes a little bit turning left, right, wiggling a little bit,
A little
but
bit,
it brings performance if you make it small.
yeah. And in F3F competitions, we call that snaking. It's usually not something that you want, but it's all matter of compromise always. And on the other side, we have to consider that while it's quite flat, it's also a rather large tailplane, I would say. So all in all, I think a rather balanced configuration. Because the advantage also with the twin fuselage is that you could in theory connect each of the landing gear struts straight to the fuselages and then have very direct load paths. So it's quite interesting in terms of structures. Although now looking a bit closer, it seems that's actually not the choice that they made here with a rather conventional landing gear strut. Of course, that makes the damping a little bit easier. And then now coming in for landing. That looks very smooth.
Very nice landing. Great. Awesome.
Gutter, as they say in the commercial aircraft community. Congrats for that successful flight. So with me after Christian Rieger, I have probably the only person here that can compete with the experience in the Air Cargo Challenge. Ruben Bühler. When was your member of the AK Modell Stuttgart since how long? I think when was your first 2009 probably your first participation in the Air Cargo Challenge, so longer than that.
Yes. So my first participation in Air Cargo was in 2009 after joining the AK Modell 2007. And yes, after competing to Air Cargo Challenge, I had the virus of Air Cargo.
Yeah, it spreads very fast.
Yes, and it's always nice to see so many students around with their planes. And just after I arrived, I could feel the spirit of Air Cargo Challenge again.
Yeah. I think that is definitely very much alive. I think maybe it's been mentioned before, but this is also the biggest Air Cargo Challenge so far with 34 teams. That's something that we've never had before.
We're gonna put a banner and let's just speak over it.
Okay.
We're gonna take a break.
All right. And so Ruben, you've been at probably every edition of the Air Cargo Challenge since 2009, or most of them.
I missed Aachen.
You missed Aachen. I see. But still, how would you say did the competition evolve over that time? What stayed the same? What changed? How do you see that? Because it's been evolving, of course, also in terms of rules, etc.
Generally, I would say the level in the teams, the building techniques got better. So in early editions, we had a lot and a lot of teams struggling with flying at all. The planes didn't look very well built, and now we have a lot and a lot and a lot of teams where the planes fly great. And also the building techniques, the empty weights of the planes got better.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. It's every time it's quite impressive to see how much the teams are able to step up their game. Um, I think we're going to have a little break before the start of the second round, but we'll be sure to be right back as soon as we start the next flights. And I think Ruben, I still have a couple more questions to you that you can probably talk about. So see you a bit later.
Bye. Ja, ich hab's auch gemacht, dass man hier weg muss.
Yes, check. We are checking.
Check, check.
Who's gonna be primarily the person staff that's gonna like take over? Like, no, we're gonna fly later. We have a problem. So if there's a change or anyone, we like to know a bit of advance.
Probably Yannick.
Yannick, if you do it at all. Back, no, yes. If you're gonna change in the list, so where
There's no changes in this run. I'm sure.
I'm taking your word for it.
I would advise you not to do any changes.
No, I think before in the
There
last
was
round
some-
there were some changes
yeah,
and we didn't
Some
realize.
the order was shifted, so
That's why.
the labels of the teams were a bit messed up.
But
But
that's fine.
it should be fine now. Okay, don't
I
worry
want to
about
say
it.
to the team that there should be no changes.
Just keep
Actually correct. No, just like amperes, meters in altitude, and GPS.
And I think we are live currently.
Yeah, welcome back. My name is Christian Rieger. I'm former organizer in Munich, and now I have the honor to be here and commentating with.
Hugo, yeah, welcome, Christian. It's also such an honor to to do the comments for this year's edition with such an experienced ACC participant and organizer, not too long ago in ACC terms, especially in yours ACC terms. And we are just beginning with the second round. Something a little bit unexpected, to be honest with you, because we were initially going to do just one single round of flying, but the conditions have been great. The teams have been very well prepared, and yeah, we'll get as many flights in as we can.
Yeah, and we're starting with Team Udine again because they had the best report. And we will see how their second flight will go now. In the screen, you can see now also some data from the aircraft, and we hope that the live telemetry also works.
Yeah, we actually got the live telemetry.
And we have a clean takeoff. And gears already in.
You can see the aircraft climb as the altitude goes up.
So on the screen you can see the left number and the blue is the altitude in meters. So we are about 80 meters now. And on the right you can see the amps that are drawn by the ESC. The goal is to keep it at or below 30 amps, or you will get a penalty.
Yeah, there's of course a little bit of fluctuation, especially in dynamic conditions. It's hard to be always at that specific limit. For the penalty points, though, it's an average that's taking into account. So no sudden spikes should be an issue.
And you can already see the experience of Team Udine flying is smooth. No surprises here.
At a very stable 40 meters of altitude, very well defined path. You can really tell that the pilot has got some practice with this aircraft. Also on the screen, you now have in the lower left part a moving dot. That's the position in real time of the aircraft with regards to the airfield. So you can keep track of the actual pattern that this plane is flying in.
And it appears that we're close to the end of the flight. The aircraft is already quite low, below 30 meters. And Team Udine is coming for a landing now to get a valid score.
Very smooth flight once again. Very similar to the first one this morning. Actually, same wind. So similar conditions as well. Let's see what their strategy looks like. Let's see once the scores are out, if they have managed to keep the, the first position.
And it's easy to see the flaps are deployed downwards to create a little bit more lift for the landing, make it slower. And good altitude, and we have touchdown. Very smooth. There seems to be no resistance at all.
Very, very smooth landing, and that's
a good one.
That's what happens when you touch down on the stone runway, right? The rolling resistance is so low that you really use up the whole length of it.
And you really get scary as a pilot when you touch down on the hard surface, because it's like, yeah, you can really damage stuff.
So probably a better idea to stick to the grass. You know, it's soft, it's mushy, it's gonna damp little bit this landing.
Yeah, if you don't fall to the front, so if you don't flip your aircraft on the cross,
That's
so
true. There's also that risk.
it really depends on how you created your aircraft, where your CG is, where your gear is, and how much training you have.
A lot of factors to take into account. Yes.
Yeah, so but Team Odin now has 2 valid flights, at least it seems like this. So they already have a valid score for the end result. So now they can really attack. And next up is already the next team, Extra 2.
So Team Extrados from the Technical University of Valencia, who already got a first score this morning earlier, and is now fighting again to keep the second position in the provisional leaderboard. And the wind is actually keep picking up, which is probably good news for them, since especially since it's very parallel to the runway.
Yeah, but actually the conditions are changing every minute. All of that wind is, or almost all of it is thermal. So depending on where the thermal is, you get wind direction changes and strength changes. But at the moment, it looks really ideal. So I guess the team wants to start as quick as possible.
The first time was good. Let's see if the second time is a repeated success. Takeoff within the 40 meters.
And the takeoff is good, but the aircraft is fighting a little bit against the wind. It's
Yeah.
really strong wind, gusty, and coming from the sides. So
It's a double-edged knife. The wind is good to shorten this distance, but then you have to be able to manage the flight with it.
And actually, to get an average high airspeed, it's not the best to have this wind speed. So it seems that the current is minimally higher with this aircraft, but still quite close to the 30 amps, so there should not be a lot of penalty.
Yeah, really nice and straight segments. And pretty well coordinated turns. It's a bit less windy now, at least here at the tent, so that's good news for the distance. Beautiful clouds in the background for you guys watching the stream. As a Team Extrados from the Technical University of Valencia is delivering a nice second flight that will hopefully help them maintain the second place they already have.
And you can clearly see that the aircraft is flying much, much better with a higher speed. So much more stable, much more precise.
Absolutely. It's also particularly small, the wingspan, when compared to the other, at least the other top teams that have closer to a 3-meter wingspan. I believe this aircraft is shorter on the 2.3, 2.4. So yeah, it really struggles when climbing and at low speeds, but
Yeah,
high speed-
2.39 meters.
yeah. So top speed is where that wing behaves the best.
And really going down with the altitude to get the most speed. But we're at 14 meters, so yeah, still good above the 10-meter limit.
Very beautiful livery as well from this aircraft with that white and black and red colors.
And actually, for the next aircraft, I will try to take the stopwatch and give you some announcements of the flight segments as well.
So it's now landing preparation, probably flaps out, trying to bleed off that speed, that momentum for a nice and soft landing. And it was a soft landing indeed, and a successful flight for the Spanish team. Congratulations. Very, very well done. Very impressive.
Okay, next up is CTU Aerolab. And their aircraft is also like 2.5 meter wingspan. And surprisingly low aspect ratio, actually.
Yeah, it's a very and a very short fuselage. I
Yeah.
think we were all quite surprised with that.
Yeah, so I didn't see the first flights in round one, so I'm really looking forward to see this one. But actually, for the high speeds, the high aspect ratio doesn't have to be better.
That is
So
true. And what I really like about this plane is how they made this beautiful hybrid structure with the outer panels made out of balsa, just like classic building style, and then a really nicely laminated center panel with composites.
Yeah,
It's
in
a
my
quite unique look.
yeah, and in my opinion, one of the best ways to construct these aircraft because you can quickly iterate the outer wings and make small changes in size and airfoil, and have the rigid inner part. So, really good choice.
And it's a valid takeoff, well before the 60-meter mark, for the Czech team for CTU Aerolab in the second flight round.
And you can clearly hear the fans are here. Solid flight performance, I would say.
Yeah, and I think this team is doing a bit of a better job at staying below the 30 amp limit.
Yeah, definitely. They could, yeah, a little bit below even, yeah. Yeah, now the 1 minute ended and we're now into the speed phase.
And that's actually some good speed.
Accelerating quite quickly, losing a lot of altitude already.
Yeah, this is one of the teams that we already saw go for this strategy of gaining as much altitude as possible, probably over 100 meters at first, and then trading all that potential energy for speed, as opposed to other teams like Munich or Udine, who just try to stay within the same altitude, which is also probably a valid approach. Let's see what actually works best.
Yeah, let's also see how thermals go into this. So if you get a thermal, even with a very low-flying aircraft, suddenly you have enough speed and energy to get up. So could change for the teams as well sometime. And we are 2 minutes into the flight, so they have 1 minute left. So we're not sure why they're stopping the flight already. To our clock, they would still have a little bit left.
Yeah, they might have some issues, or there's something we're clearly not aware of.
I also saw that they went quite slow against the wind, pulling up quite a lot. So maybe there are some problems with the elevator.
Could be. We won't really know until we talk to the pilot.
Let's hope not, and hope that they will make a safe landing.
Yeah, we definitely want that aircraft in one piece.
And a really nice landing. So aircraft is good for another round.
Well, congratulations then to the Czech team. Very consistent flights. We hope to see more of those.
So I think next up is AK Modell München. So I might be a little bit biased with that one.
So next up is Team 19, AK Modell München. And here, Christian's going to be a bit more biased, but I think we can allow him.
Thank you so much for that. So we're entering now the little bit bigger wingspans again with just short under 3 meters. And according to the report, up to 10 cans are transported. We are not completely sure how many cans there are at the moment.
Well, what we know is that the first flight was a success. So
Yeah,
if that went according to plan, they might have increased their payload and just push it a little bit further.
probably.
Okay, a nice little bounce just before takeoff, and it's now
Yeah.
climbing.
Landing gear inserted cleanly, so
Actually, with a few meters to spare until the 60-meter mark.
definitely. But they also had the benefit of a little bit of a headwind. So, and it was not very much wind, but it was a very clean wind. So
Mhm.
no gusts, no turbulence.
So they get a bit lucky there.
Yeah, with gusts, yes, but unfortunately that also means there's currently no thermal helping them with gaining altitude.
Yeah, like we mentioned
So-
before, it's
So we're already at 45 seconds and we're only at 50 meters altitude, so now the time started for the speed flight. And they already accelerated quite early to get the high speed all the time. And now also losing a little bit of altitude.
I think that's quite fast.
Actually, yes. It's the fastest. It has to be.
It has to be, at least that's what their report says.
Yeah.
How much was that in the report? It was something like 4 kilometers, I saw.
No, I'm not sure. I have to admit, I did not read it.
Let's see if it actually stands true to the report once the the logs are out and the scores are published.
They rarely do. So past terms, usually there's quite a margin.
Okay.
So with all teams usually.
Yeah, that is true. The expected performance is hardly ever the real one.
And we're at 2 minutes 40 seconds into flight, so 20 seconds left for this one.
See the tail shaking a little bit with those gusts. And now the current is at 0, so we can expect
Yes, it's also over 3 minutes, so definitely time is over.
we can expect an approach and a landing soon.
Yes, actually, I just looked it up. It's 4.015 kilometers.
That's a bold statement, I have to say.
I'm not sure what the other teams predicted. Do you have the overview?
I have an idea of Udine saying something like 3,300 something meters.
Yeah, okay, that's quite a difference.
It's
Yeah.
quite a distance, and especially.
And we have a clean landing, so that should be a valid flight. And we're looking forward to see the results at the end.
And they look-
Congratulations to my colleagues from Munich.
They look pretty happy. I suspect that they did indeed push it a bit further, and that's
Yeah,
why they're celebrating.
Yeah, let's see how much celebration there will be tonight. I know from my years when I was pilot that Team Udine and Team Munich usually went quite good. And yeah, pilots usually had to go to bed early. And every team tried to keep the other pilot open and up longer. And yeah, actually I have to say, the wine from Udine is awesome.
So the game's actually being played also outside of the airfield.
Every trick is allowed.
Yeah, we were saying is quite a big distance between the distance predicted by the German team and Udine. Although they're relatively similar planes in terms at least of the span and aspect ratio or other few factors. So what would you say now, you that you know the team and what they've done, what's the key differentiating factor for the Münchner?
You mean between Munich and Udine?
Yeah.
Oh, I think there are a lot of similarities. I think one of the main differences is one is wine, one is beer. So that might drive some differences in the technical design as well.
So you think beer is getting you these extra 700 meters?
We will see.
And now
Okay.
for
Team Lambach aircraft from Delft University in the Netherlands. And they already had a clean takeoff. I actually know this as Chinese team. We're looking it up.
yeah, we made a little mistake there with the labels in the live stream. It's actually the Chinese team flying at the moment from Tsinghua University.
Team with a long history in air cargo challenge, actually. I'm not sure when their first participation was, but it's quite long ago. So I think it's at least their fourth or fifth competition, if not more.
And we know that they had a successful first flight although we're not quite sure if they managed to stay within the boundaries at some point. It didn't seem like that. We'll have to wait until scores are out to actually know for sure. But nonetheless, it's a good-looking plane. It seems to fly quite well. So if they manage to score, that will be a good score. I reckon.
And they're also really fast, so especially against the wind here, trying to keep the speed up.
We currently have around 150 people watching us from home. We have people cheering, a lot of people cheering for the Spanish team, for Exados, and for his pilot Mark. We also have Portuguese people supporting their teams, and again the Greek very present as this morning. Thanks, yeah. Thanks for joining the live stream. We hope you enjoy, and we hope you share it with your friends and everyone you think can like this spectacle. I think it's a pretty good spectacle we are witnessing today.
Yeah, and I can also just recommend to everybody who is living nearby, come here in the next 2 days. It's a spectacle, it's something to see. And watch the live stream, of course. Here, Team 2 Air, actually with one of the smaller aircraft with 2.1 meters wingspan. And they are coming in for the landing.
Very fast approach, so that was a clear go around.
Yeah, the terrain is a little bit tricky as a pilot here. It looks quite flat, but actually it's going up quite a bit to the east. So if you're coming in like you're used to in a flat spot, you're much too high. So yeah, and that's another go around. So you actually have to fly from quite far away, really low to the ground, and then slow down and come down to the airfield to have a safe landing. Yeah, and this one looks good. And a nice touchdown, and now just braking. Yeah, braking enough. CG is way back, so all good. Congratulations to a successful flight.
So coming up, the best placed Portuguese team, team number 13, UB Aeronautics team.
I think that's the oldest team we still have in here. I'm not sure. It was the Portuguese who started all this competition
It
back
might
in
well be.
2003.
Yeah, 2003 was the first edition of the Air Cargo Challenge.
So first 2 times was just in Portugal, and afterwards it expanded internationally. And then it was quite often in Germany, I have to admit.
Well, quite
But-
often actually means every single edition except for the Croatian one, right?
Almost. No, before it was Stuttgart every second year, and once we had it in Munich. But yeah,
So Stuttgart, Munich, Aachen, and then Croatia for a bit of change.
yeah. But I have to say, we would love to go to southern places with good weather and nice food and drinks. So
Yeah, that's what the Germans always say, but they end up winning anyways.
yeah, maybe we don't have the good drinks, so we just work on the engineering too much.
It could be.
I don't think so.
So a lot has changed since 2003 in that first edition of the Cargo Challenge, but the team is still here, and that's what matters, and that's what we love to see.
And a clean lift off. Okay, all good.
A little bit shaky, but successful nonetheless.
Not gaining as much altitude as the other aircraft,
Yeah,
but we
we-
also don't have wind at the moment, so
No, that's as tricky. But it's also true that we saw this same team struggle a little bit with the climb this morning. But as long as it's nominal for them, which it seems like it is, it should be fine. I can see the slot in the Fowler flap, very nice design and very good implementation. That's not easy to achieve.
and also we have again almost 3 meters of wingspan. Also one of the bigger aircraft. And still gaining some altitude. We are now at 40 meters. And in the next seconds now the speed task is starting. I think it already started now. And they announced a payload of 12 cans. And maximum payload is 16.
Those are a lot of cans, I have to say.
That also explains the takeoff and the slow gain of altitude.
I wonder how many they're actually carrying.
Oh yeah, but actually if I compare it to the other aircraft and the big wing, well, it depends a little bit how heavy the aircraft is now, but like the empty cell, but I guess they were definitely at 10, maybe even at 12.
Yeah, probably more than 10.
Maybe they surprise us all and already have more than 12. I think a lot of the teams would not even be able to match the high amount of cans because their fuselage is not allowing that many cans.
Yeah, the space in their fuselage is of course a constraint. So if the teams have made the right work in the design, they should be able to carry as many as they can actually lift. But yeah, at some point you cannot fit more cans even if you want to. In which case you'll have to go for speed somehow. But this is a very beautiful plane, very well flying. Very pretty elliptical wing.
They also
Nice.
They also stay clear of the amperage limit. Almost a little bit too low, but all good here.
Yeah, I mean, we're still at the first day. There's still many more flights to come. So at this point, there's still room for refining that performance and to squeeze every last electron from
Yeah.
that battery.
And now the speed task is over, so they're already done. So expect landing gear to get out. It's already out on one side. Oh, there seems to be a problem with the landing gear on the left side.
Yeah, let's see if the pilot can try to
Make a G maneuver and get it out, or negative G's a little bit.
I was gonna
Get
say
it out.
retract it and try again, but
Gravity dump is not a thing with these aircraft, unfortunately.
very fast approach. You can really tell
Or they try to land like this.
how loaded that plane is.
Yeah, they try to land like this. Oh my.
It's a
And
very hard landing.
but it looks good. Maybe a little bit of damage to the left aileron, but I think that aircraft will fly again next round.
Oh, surely it will.
So congratulations to a great landing.
I would be curious to see what's the actual damage on the aircraft, because it did. I mean, it sort of crash landed, but it does seem to be pretty much intact.
Yeah, actually, I think the 1 second. Yeah, so I think the biggest problem they will have is the landing gear. Why did it fail?
Yeah.
That will be their biggest task. I think the aileron on the left side, maybe the gear is broken, the servo, so they have to replace that, but
Yeah.
not a problem. Of course, they have to check the structural integrity and everything, but I don't think that will be a problem from afar.
So if the plane has lost any parts, then that should be a 0 score. That will be up to the jury to thoroughly check the state of the aircraft.
Yeah, but actually it looks really good. Now also both gears are out. Yes, Team Ubi, your pilot deserves some really good shaking.
No, this is Rano Jet, the French team from the University of Lyon, INSA Lyon. A bit of a scary first time out.
And I think it's the first time a French team participates in the Air Cargo Challenge.
This is actually history. It's the first French team to participate at the competition. We actually wonder, with so many Spanish teams, so many Italian teams historically, why has a French team never entered the competition?
Yeah, I have no idea. I think the Spanish or Portuguese are the leaders in participations. And to the west, we are getting some really strong thermals. Some birds are showing that. So that's really also showing with the aircraft when it's on the west side. It's really gaining altitude. So that should be a good flight for them. I'm actually not completely sure how many cans they estimated. And just for the listeners online, you can always have a look at all the reports from all the teams on the website it's aircargochallenge.de. You can download them, have a look, and also if you plan to participate next time, wherever it will be, just have a look at the reports, get inspired, think about some crazy ideas. It's always nice to see new ideas and new things.
Yeah, and
there it is. 10 cans. And
so 10 cans, the predicted or the estimated payload capacity for the French team, which is
7 as maximum points. So probably 7 what they're transporting.
so they might be flying lighter than their actual capacity, just to get more points from the distance according to their calculations. But that's again really good for a first time participation.
Definitely. Flying stable, flying good. In general, the quality of the aircraft is really high. Also, in the last years, it went higher than before. The amount of aircraft flying is very, very high. Almost every team coming to the airfield is flying. So, really nice thing to see that the industry and the students are getting better over time.
Très bel atterrissage pour le numéro 3. Congratulations, guys. You did it again. So not only can they fly, the French team, but they can do so consistently. It's already twice in a row. 2 consecutive successful flights for Team Ranojet. Very impressive.
And next up is Team Aerotech Atlas. Actually, from University of Lisboa, I think that's also one of the founding teams of Air Cargo Challenge.
Yep.
But they might have skipped a few seasons. I'm not completely sure. I would have to look that up. Oh, unfortunately, they lost the wheel.
So they're still within the 3 minutes apparently, but I'm not sure they will be able to fit that wheel again.
So you are more familiar with regulations. It's okay to repair it during the time?
I would have to check that actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. Yeah. But first thing, let's them have to repair it and figure that out later.
What I don't know if it prevents them from flying, even if it's a
Yeah.
zero score flight. I think it's still valuable to get those flight minutes and that experience. So if they're given the chance to fly, even if they're not scoring, that should take it.
Yeah. And I just looked it up. Actually, Lisbon was not the first team. They just joined 2005 for the second edition of the Air Cargo Challenge. So 2003, it was founded by UBI from University of Barra Interior, University of Minho, and another team from UBI.
And Ubi is actually one of the top contenders for this year's win of the Air Cargo Challenge. Let's see if they can manage to achieve the dream of bringing back the ACC where it all started. would be beautiful, wouldn't it?
Definitely a nice thing, and I have to say they are always one of the big contenders. So sometimes we had some bad luck, but we're always in the tops.
So that's definitely one team that managed to transfer all their knowledge and all their experience to the new generations and to the next people taking over the team, and that's a great thing to see.
And it's actually also the reason for like success in this competition. Like if you do it once, you have fun, you learn a lot. It's always worth it to do it. But if you really want to get far in the competition, you usually need more than one approach. So there was only one exception. That was Team Adi from Aachen. So they did it on their first try, but they had experience from other aircraft competitions before.
Yeah, where we're discussing before with Lucas that they also won the DBF on that same year.
Just to give you an impression of how many teams from a country participate in the Air Cargo Challenge already, it's Portugal leading with 35 teams, Spain 22, and then Poland with 20 teams since 2003.
So it's a green flag for the Italian team for Fly Me Euroavia Milano. Also a successful first flight this morning, so this would be the second point.
It's also one of the smaller aircraft. Now it's gaining speed. Yes, we have 2.3 meters of wingspan.
A relatively low pass at 30 meters from the back. And yet another aircraft with a retractable landing gear. This is something basically unheard of in the history of Air Cargo Challenge till last year. I'm not sure if some other team has made it before that, before Stuttgart took the victory with it. Do you know?
Actually, I'm not sure. I think there might have been, but not winning it.
Yeah, so and these teams this year basically half of it have the or many of them have the retractable landing gear. So
on the other hand, you also have to say that it changed with the rules because the aircraft are now a little bit smaller and lighter. Because in the first years it was only a payload challenge, so I think it's 2013 or something. It was like 14 kilograms of payload into a 1.5 kilogram aircraft. So you did not want to put that in a retractable landing gear. And also, speed was not the issue, so drag didn't matter. You just had to take off, make one round, and land again.
Yeah, the takeoff was the main thing back then. So it's really changed a lot. But I think it's great, and it's a proof of how competition drives innovation and creativity, and how there's still a lot to be explored in this field.
Yeah, it also gives the variety to all the participants who participate more than once, because every time it's a different rule, every time it's a different optimization goal, and it's not always the same. So if you do it once, you know how it's working or how the competition is doing, and next year no surprises basically, but not with Air Cargo Challenge. Every time it's something different, something unexpected.
So that leads me to ask you, Christian, you have seen many different regulations and have designed multiple planes for different regulations. What would you like to see in the next Air Cargo Challenge?
Well, what I want to see and what I should see are two different things. So I really enjoyed the huge aircraft with 5, 6 meter wingspan and 15, 20 kilograms. That was awesome. But actually, it's quite a risk for the organizer, and it's we had a little bit of a hard landing here. Hopefully, nothing broke off, but there was a crack there. But the risk for the organizer is one thing, and also what opposed us in Munich when we organized it to make the rules for smaller aircraft was also the cost for for the teams, because this is a student competition. It should be of how good you think about, how good you build, and not about how much money you have available. At least not in priority. So it is important to keep the cost low, to keep safety a big thing, and I really like the competitions, how it evolved over the last years. The only thing I would like to see more specialty wings, like flying wings and some crazy other things like biplanes or stuff like that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, but I think it's a good philosophy to allow everyone to participate and to give everyone the chance, and I think that it's probably part of the success and the reason why this year we had originally 37 teams. That's a lot of people
Coming
interested in
even from Australia. So
exactly. So if, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and then
yeah.
and the
So
fact that the plans are
transportation box, it's possible. You can join from all over the world, come to Europe and fly the Air Cargo Challenge here.
And another question regarding this year's regulation: what did you think when you read that they would allow two motors? What was your first reaction?
Actually, I think I suggested that once.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think I suggested like opening the amount of motors and propellers for more design space. So you can do more and think about, yeah, okay, I want to have a big aircraft with a lot of payload and a low pitch propeller, or like a small high pitch propeller, higher speeds, and so on. I have some wild ideas in my background, but I wouldn't really recommend doing them all.
So I think they really took your advice into account.
So for the listeners who are not so familiar with the Air Cargo Challenge, like the unspoken rule is that the winner of the competition is hosting the next event. That's why we're already again back here in Stuttgart. And the cool thing is every team can decide what their rules are. So they can adapt it to their airfield, to their capabilities, and to their technical things. So like live telemetry this time, it's really awesome to see that working. And every time it's different. It's organized by students. It's not some big organization behind it. And it's just driven by the euphoria from everybody taking
And the
part.
passion.
And the passion. Yeah, it's like it's amazing what can be done by students, and it's really cool to see this going on for 23 years now.
And what we're looking at the moment is the other Italian team, team number 10, Lift Up from the University of Padova, who already had some issues upon landing on their first round. And it seems like the problems with landing gears are still persisting. Let's see if they manage to get that plane on the air.
That's a very easy takeoff for 60 meters.
And a very fast retractable landing gear.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to design a good retractable landing gear with all the forces you have, like with abuse from a side wind that we experience here, and still make it reliable, light, and aerodynamically well.
Yeah, it's a real challenge. I've seen some designs and I could not tell you what's the best.
Why not?
Oh, it's a good
It's okay.
question.
It's okay.
Does it mean you think the one from Munich is the best, or
I actually did not look that in detail to all the others. It's just that the Munich one I saw in the lab and during building a little bit. I think it's really nice construction, but I think the other teams did amazing jobs there as well. And I saw from just scrolling through the reports that there are a lot of detailed drawings and a lot of thought going into all of these small things that matter a lot.
yes, definitely. I know that the Munich version of the retractable landing gear is a refined version of the Arca Stuttgart design from 2 years ago, which was already good, at least good enough to give them the victory. I've also seen some more creative approaches, like the Polish team with the wheels sliding up into the fuselage instead of
No,
the
I
wing,
have to look that up.
and then some other creative inventions like the Aero Ude, like the Udine adaptation of a commercial landing gear with a 3D metal 3D printer. I thought that was very cool. And it's Lift Up Padova in the skies after a little bit of trouble at the beginning of the takeoff.
But now delivering a really solid performance with a high speed exit out of their competition flight. And the gear is out again. And it's in again.
Let's see if they can bring this home and if they can get a good landing. And
It seems the gear is not locking properly. It's
Yes,
not going down fully.
you are right. I think they're trying again. Sometimes it just gets a little bit stuck and you need to try open it again. Aha, I see what they did there. A little
Yeah,
dive
but
and
let's
recovery.
wait if that's fully now, because the first time it also looked quite well.
But that actually takes...
The left side doesn't...
We'll have
has
to
a little bit of
see.
an angle. I'm not sure if it was straight down or not.
We're going to have to wait until it's landing.
It looks good from that perspective, yeah. I think that should be fine.
But there was a lot of skill from the pilot to do this dive recovery, to add some Gs for the landing gear in order to help them come out.
It's definitely not a novice.
Not easy. And also the first time we see it here. So here goes nothing.
A good approach. We get some wind here.
And the go around. Pilot was not fully confident.
Yeah, it's always better to be safe than sorry.
As long as your battery lasts.
Not sure how much reserve they will have, but usually with these competitions it should be a little bit.
A lot of
And
support.
we have one touchdown and I hope.
And this is very similar to the outcome of the first flight. But
Okay.
I think the pilot still deserves that applause from the team and from everyone. Actually, that was a very, very tough situation he had to handle. So he can be happy with the performance.
Absolutely. It was a really nice approach. Unfortunately, during the touchdown, it rotated, so sometimes you can't avoid that. And next up is team number 34, Assad Aeronautics. And it seems they are happy, so apparently nothing broke off, so I guess the flight is good. And now some aircraft with Greek power.
There were a lot of supporters of Lift Up Padova watching us in the live stream. Can tell they're happy about the performance and the apparently valid flight.
So next team now, Team Assad. Also 2.4 meter wingspan. Also retractable landing gear.
And a very small vertical tailplane.
Yes,
don't you
very
think?
small, but it's a long lever arm, so but it looks really stable, so apparently works out very well. Yes, it's a long lever arm.
Hmm.
And they predicted 9 cans of payload. For aircraft with that smaller wingspan, that's quite a high number. So not sure if they already have that in, or it's with more than 3 meters per second of wind. So I guess there will be more like 8 or 7 at the moment.
Yeah, probably. And it's getting a little bit toasty here at the streaming tent. The sun is shining. There's a few clouds, but they're not doing us any well.
Yeah, so basically perfect weather for this kind of competition. We couldn't ask for more at the moment.
Especially since last afternoon's heavy hail and the rain caught us by surprise completely here at the airfield while setting everything up.
Yeah, I heard some of the tents suffered and did not make it to the competition day.
Yeah, we've had to replace some of the infrastructure for today in a very short period, but it's all worked out in the end, and we were lucky to have the Big Ten to get some shelter. So for those of you joining us at the moment, this is first day of the 2026 Air Cargo Challenge in Stuttgart. We are currently proceeding with the second round of the competition. A little bit unexpected due to the very good flow of flights this morning. This is round number 2, and currently flying is ASET Aeronautics from Greece, team number 34. And there's still a bit over half of the teams to fly before we call it a day.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you saw that, but their retractable landing gear actually opened beforehand. I'm not sure if it was closed during flight or if it just went out a little bit.
I did not catch that.
So it was like 10 degrees opened before they really extracted it.
See, the great thing is we have the live stream. We can go back in time and relive all these moments.
Let's see how good our backstage is here. If I can do an instant replay. Too hot. Yeah, no, but the computer might be too hot. The computer might be overheating.
And coming up, the Scottish team from the University of Glasgow. Little jump there. Let's see if they can reset the plane to the start of the runway and get a successful
That
takeoff.
was so strong. Was there only one motor running?
I'm not sure.
No, it's looking good. Oh, and they touched
Oh,
down.
that's very. It was a very
Oh.
hard impact on the field, and there was a second touch on the runway after the 60-meter line.
Yeah, the green flag was already going up, but then it was one more touch. And let's hope that the aircraft is not damaged too much.
I mean, these crops absorb quite a bit of energy, and there should not be too much damage. We've seen the Chinese team do something similar with a bit less violence earlier, and the plane was just fine. It does seem indeed like it could even attempt
It
a
looks
second
they
one.
tried again. But even if there was damage, nothing is unrepairable on an air cargo challenge.
But that would be very impressive if they managed to take off after that, after what happened.
Depends a little bit how much time they have left. But it seems they were trying.
They're checking something still, not fully prepared.
These are the situations that get your pulse really up as a pilot. You really don't need that. But it's really cool to see that they take the precautions and check everything before making another attempt. Safety is important, even if it's small UAVs. And they shouldn't risk their aircraft anyway, because it looks like good weather tomorrow, so they only need 2 valid flights for a good result. So they should take their time, repair everything, and not looking good. So it looks like they are returning, but still a big applause for the team.
Yeah,
Very good decision.
They deserve it.
And the aircraft is still in one piece. That's amazing. Next up is Team 20 Hermes.
With a declared payload of 5 cans, a 2.45 wingspan, and round 10 of aspect ratio.
But I have to say one thing. Commenting here, we have a lot of sun here, but still, it's much more relaxing than the last time I did a commenting of an air cargo challenge, where I had to run the competition on the side as well. So it's really nice.
Yeah, I remember the 2022 in Munich. We had a little bit of everything, right?
Definitely.
And this afternoon with the heavy rain and the tents flying away, and What an experience.
Yes, I wouldn't miss it, but it was hard work from a big team, and I think it's the same here with Stuttgart. It's an amazing team what they've put together. Amazing amount of work they put into this competition. So big thank you to Stuttgart. You're doing amazing.
Yeah, thank you. It's never easy to handle this amount of people and everyone with their um, own little problems that we need to help them solve, and to make sure that everything is as good as we can get it, to give them the best possible experience and to take a good memory of their time here.
And we have a lift off, but it's quite slow still.
That
Let's
was
keep
very
the speed
close to
up.
the ground, but it still somehow managed to get climbing.
So they predicted 5 cans. And a total weight of the aircraft, including the payload, of 3.9 kilograms. The pilot seems to struggle a little bit with the gusts.
Yeah, and what we were saying before about the organizing and all the preparation work, it's of course a big effort by the team, but it's also nice that we were able to find some people willing to help, and we should also we owe the recognition to our sponsors. Um, we have the University of Stuttgart supporting us as a club. Um, we got the aerospace land supporting our activities as well. There's also some private companies that have given us their support. Quantum Systems has joined the sponsors. Also, companies from the RC world, like Aeronaut, from which I'm sure many teams have at some point used a propeller without knowing. They live right next to us here in Reutlingen.
That was actually the save for many competitions where the propellers ran out after round 3, and there was a quick run to the manufacturer Aeronaut and get some spare propellers.
So definitely a proximity company, very helpful, very willing to support the team and the competition. There's a few goodies from them that you'll get at the end if you get a nice spot in the leaderboard. We have some gifts for the winners that I'm sure you'll really like. We also got Dindinga Modelbau, another well-known model plane brand, and
And now the landing. Very soft landing. It's like very turbulent flight, but the landing is really nice. Awesome job.
yeah, very good job for the Hermes team, the second Greek team to fly in this round. It is now the turn for the Spanish team, Vantos Aerodesign from the University of Sevilla. Let's see if after this unfortunate incident in the first round they're able to recover and get a valid flight. just going over the rest of our sponsors, High Tech Europe. Many thanks to them. You will also get some stuff for the first 3 teams at the end that I think you'll really like. And also, of course, another of our main sponsors, MK Modelltechnik and MK Messtechnik, 2 companies responsible for the design and manufacturing of the telemetry system that we're using, and that's making this streaming a lot more entertaining, I would say, and that has allowed us to implement all these exciting scoring functions for this year's competition. So many thanks to MK Messtechnik for all the devices that's provided us.
And we have an overrun of runway and quite a hard stop. Let's
Yeah.
see if anything is broken.
That did not look good again for
Yeah, the landing gear doesn't look that good.
the Spanish team once again after this failed attempt in the morning first round. Yet another incident. It does not look to be intact, but
It seems some of the cans are leaking.
we might have the first burst of a can.
Let's hope no electronics are damaged.
Oh, I think some of the screws from the landing gear must have punctured the cans.
Yeah, that could be a thing, yeah.
That's not what we'd like to see after this failed attempt in the first round. Let's hope that we can get enough flights for them to recover and get some points.
Yeah, I think that the thing is go positive. That wasn't a good start, but there's still 2 more days left, and you need 2 flights. So just repair it and do it. I've seen much worse.
Plenty of opportunities still for the Spanish team, for Vantus Aero Design. A lot of supporters of the Aero Design team, the Vantus Aero Design team in the live stream. Make sure to talk to your team and to give them the motivation to repair that plane and get it flying tomorrow. They really need it and they really deserve it.
That's actually one of the things I just wanted to say. It's the camaraderie among the teams is incredible. If you hear from like student racing teams or so that they're all only the team itself and not helping each other,
Very
that's the
competitive.
opposite with Air Cargo Challenge. If one team has a problem, the other team will give spare parts, they will give repair material, they will help with knowledge and work. It's like amazing the community that builds during these competitions. So please keep that up, help the teams that need it, support each other because you're here to learn. Making a good position here is a nice thing, but learning for your life and learning of helping other people, that's the most important thing. So I think that might be Sydney, yes.
And that ticket was very close to the 40-meter mark.
But it's still a green flag, so the takeoff was valid. And that should be the furthest traveled team that we have here.
And it's very low. It's still 15 meters. They really need to get some altitude in preparation for the speed phase.
The aircraft has 1.8-meter wingspan. So it's definitely one of the smaller ones. And I think it was like 5 cans, something like that. And one of the special things about this aircraft that it's completely built the wing out of wood. So no carbon fiber in milled molds and stuff. So it's one of the more traditional built aircraft, and I really like to see that.
So no fancy materials, just good old wood
Yeah, I think
building
there's
technique.
some carbon fiber in the spar, but
Okay,
yeah.
but that's fair. Yeah, I think the craftsmanship of this building style is just admirable.
Yes, and actually, it's of some of the problem for some of the teams that build these high-end aircraft that they don't even have the knowledge anymore to build these simpler aircraft, and they have to build it on the first shot, make the really great aircraft, and they can't change it anymore.
So the motor's off, the current's dropping to zero, and the Sydney team is preparing for landing. And after a few bounces, the plane looks intact, and that's a valid flight for them. Congratulations again.
Very nice flight. And you can see directly that's the opposite of fragile. So this aircraft can take a hit. And next up is Team Nova from Bucharest.
Yeah, the Romanian team that surprised us this morning with a very decent flight, and also surprised us yesterday with a magnificent building technique. And we also see a lot of Romanian support in the live stream. Let's go Romania! Let's go Team Nova! Nova for the win! A very large and very excited fan base. This Romanian team.
So the aircraft is with 2.5 meters of wingspan is roughly in the middle of like the teams here. What do you think? Is that an advantage or is the optimum on the edges?
I really don't know. I think it also depends on the rest of the philosophy of the aircraft. If they're going for a thicker airfoil, they want to carry more payload. Then of course maybe the bigger wingspan is better. But yeah, this trade-off, there's so many variables you can change, and we won't know what's best until the end. What I can tell you is that I was quite surprised by the manufacturing quality of this team. We did not have a Romanian team in Aachen, and I don't think we had one in Munich either in 22. So seeing them appear again at the Air Cargo Challenge with such a nicely built airplane is a very pleasant surprise.
Definitely cool to see new people.
And a lot of Romanian flags for the Equipa Română. Hi, Renova.
So
Let's see how you do.
So I think their first participation was in 2009 already.
So it's a legacy team.
So it's actually a legacy team. I just have to check how many participations they have. Good takeoff, green flag. So takeoff is valid.
Hi, Renova. Indeed, it's very shiny when the sun's reflecting on the wing. Gives you a hint of the surface quality that we were speaking of. Very high, over 140 meters. That's a lot. I remember the altitude limit in Munich 4 years ago was 120 meters. This flight would have not counted then. But that's very impressive. 110 meters, still trading all that altitude for speed. Let's see how far they can go. So hi Nova, go Nova, a lot of supporters in the live stream. We really like to have you here. last few instants of the flight of the Romanian team in this second round. That would make 2 out of 2 consecutive successful flights for the Romanian team. There's really a lot of support for the Romanian team at the live stream. Nova suntem cu voi. I'm rooting for you. A lot of very excited people. Let's see if they can bring it home. And it's a go around. Apparently, a second try doesn't hurt anyone. Let's see if this is the one. I think this is it. This is it. Very soft landing. Fantastic landing from the Romanian team. Congratulations. You can see the hug of the pilot and the pilot helper. A lot of emotion in the team. That is so good to see.
If you want to have a break, I can come in for you for a bit. So half an hour or something like that. So, servus. Du bist? Christian von München. Ja. Lukas. Du kannst auch Schwäbisch schwätzen. So, yeah. Well, then they. Hello from me again. It's Lucas from the beginning. Hugo makes a small pause, small break. And which team are you? Is it Icarus? Team number 6 from Turin, Italy. Let's see. Looks like they want to clear the runway in 40 meters, and it's go. Let's see.
Pilot positioned himself to see it directly, yeah.
That looks like a successful takeoff, and the landing gear is in as well.
And a lot of headwind.
Yeah, a little bit bumpier, a little bit swinging around along the roll axis. But now it comes in for a turn. It's gaining altitude. Damn, high angle of attack. Careful, Mr. Pilot, not go into the stall.
But actually a quite good climb rate.
Yes, indeed.
And now we're going for the acceleration, for the speed.
Yes, you can clearly see how they're picking up, how the angle of attack comes down. And yeah.
Much more smooth flight performance with a higher speed with all of these aircraft.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, as info for the people watching the live streams, you can see a wrong altitude there. That's not correct. It's there's an offset of 370 meters. So don't be surprised if the number seems a little bit arbitrary. Yeah.
Actually, the ESC seems to be really well tuned with 29.5 amps.
Yes, they are definitely on the border to 30. That's great to see. That nicely done calibration.
Yeah, and it also doesn't change. It's like awesome. Awesome tuning performance here.
For the people wondering, the altitude is only shown here wrongly. The log is okay, so no need to be careful there or yeah, to
And
complain.
and we have 20 seconds left for the speed flight.
Normally, you can see quite nicely when the speed flight ends, when the retracting landing gear comes down again. We haven't seen that yet, but it should be in the next few seconds. We will see.
So, and I think now it should be over. Let's see if there's a clonk as well with getting the gear out.
Yeah, it was quite fast. Also, when they put it in, when they retracted it inwards, it was really fast. So nicely done mechanics, nice servos. But still no landing gear out.
Yeah, probably the pilot wanted to make sure that the flight is really over.
Yes, probably.
Better one more round than one missing.
Yep, but that's not it. Probably another go around here before they come down for landing.
But the flaps are already out. But the gear is still missing. And now there's the gear.
So there it comes. Let's hope everything, the landing will run smoothly, but that looks just right. Yes. That was indeed a smooth landing, no parts lost. Das ist natürlich schlau, die Reports anzuschauen. Ja, verstehe nicht im WLAN. Ach so, öffnen. Ja. So, next team seems to be ready. They're already at the starting line, checking everything with flight management. Looks like they also plan on clearing the runway at 40 meters, if I interpret the flags of the line judge correctly. So, Team Jetstream goes on, and that does not look nicely, but they can get another try if they are fast enough.
And the propeller is not damaged.
Yes, that's also might be a problem. It looks like they want to go for another try. We will see.
I think the propellers have enough clearance to the ground.
Yeah, and probably they're foldable. Or, yeah, just turn away from the ground.
That's actually one of the benefits from two motors instead of one in front.
Yes, definitely. Especially if your gears are just below the propellers, and they always are clear of ground and can't be really damaged.
And with their 2.6 meters of wingspan, they're going for up to 7 cans. Transporting 0.33 liters of beverage cans.
Let's still, they're on a timer, but I think they should be ready for their second approach. No, not really. Something needs to be done. I think they armed it again for a new log for the data. We will see. Engines are on, if I see that correctly. No. Oh no. That does not look too good. Still working on the airplane. So the engines are running again, but it doesn't look like they tried to start there. I can see as much as you guys on the stream or here at the side of the runway. We will see. Okay, it's going, engines are on, and it stops. Yeah, something went wrong there. But that's no reason to worry too much. We will get enough flights for every team to get two good scores, and things like that can happen to every team.
Yeah, I think it might get interesting with the top teams at the end, gambling a little bit and going higher with the can count and stuff, or going for high speeds. So it could be an awesome race at the end.
Yes, that would be amazing to see. We will see how the conditions here on the airfield will develop through the next 2 days. If the wind picks up or goes down. And yeah, you never know. But today was, I would say, a pretty good day for that competition here, wind-wise and weather-wise.
And this is now Team Uvigo Aerotech. .9 meters of wingspan. So I expect a little bit of a higher speed with this one.
Yes.
and up to 8 cans. That's a lot of cans for a small aircraft.
Let's see how they deal with the start now. It's engines on. And... Oh. Nope. They probably go for another try. They've got 60 meters of runway length they want to use. Some quick fixes, looking if everything's all right.
Nothing that a bit of tape can't fix.
Exactly. And it's back on the runway. Let's see how the second start will go. They've got liftoff, are a little bit... Yes, they cleared it easily. Was a little bit rough. Still is. And
No. A little
that...
bit too much pulling on the elevator, a little bit.
Yes, that was a plane for the field. Let's go harvesting there and see if everything's all right.
And what you in the audience, you can't see that the wind was coming from the back of the aircraft at that moment. So I also hit a little bit of a gust here. And yeah, going with the wind, with a higher wind here, probably they didn't even realize where they were standing. But the aircraft definitely experienced the wind from the back, not helping for the lift.
But at least the wheat is quite soft, so I don't think anything unfixable will have happened to the plane. So yeah.
Yeah, the fields are really well organized by Stuttgart.
Yeah. Yes, and also no cornfields here.
Yeah, it could be corn. Then it would be everything would be damaged.
Yes, definitely. And also just low weeds, not something like up over a meter tall, so you can easily see it from the top if you're next to it, and you don't have to play hide and seek with your airplane. Even though we got telemetry and can see it from the GPS wise where it is. Looks like they're still searching in the field for something.
Yeah, always get all the parts. You will never find that position again if you don't make a photo or if you record the GPS coordinates.
It looks like they've lost their landing gear there. I think they've got it connected at the bottom, and maybe the impact on the wheat field was too much for that string or that steel wire. I don't know what they've got there exactly.
But better, the landing gear just breaks off and it damages the entire fuselage, so that's a perfect weak link there.
Exactly. So we see that the next team is ready and just waiting for the team on the field to recover their plane, to get it back. They're already at starting line. It's probably team 26, Diana from Universidad Castilla de Mancha. So
We have a capacity of up to 8 cans.
engines on, and oh,
No,
that's
not right. It's a green flag. It
It's
was
a green
60
flag.
meters, so 60 meters was fine, yeah.
okay. I think they've uh, come a little bit off the tarmac, but probably still all right and within reasonable borders.
3.3 meters of wingspan. I think that might be the biggest aircraft here.
They were
Are they trying to
just
land
now.
again? Or why did they stop the motor?
It could be that it was out of bounds,
Okay.
tarmac wise, and they got told by flight management that they have to try again, because that looks like landing approaches. It is allowed to go again if your second liftoff is within the time window.
But it's really difficult to get a high aspect and big aircraft like this down in a thermal, and we can see the birds flying around here, so there's a big thermal actually at where we are, so it might be difficult to get that aircraft down quick.
Yes, we will see how they will do on their third approach. Yes, now they dive more deeply. We will
They're
see.
still fast.
Still fast, still 2 meters.
But the motor brake is
But-
helping a lot, yeah.
Yes. They've safely come down to ground. Now it goes running for the helper to pick it back up and place it on the tarmac again. Machen große Flieger auch. So, and they're going for the second start.
And they lost
and
the wheel.
They've lost the wheel, but they've taken off.
Awesome performance, actually.
Yes.
Not sure if that gives extra points, like optics.
I don't know how it is in the rule books.
Le-
If
Maybe if
parts
they do a
lost-
landing as well now.
Yes.
So that will be definitely a challenge now to get that aircraft down safely.
Okay. Yeah, looks like they try a safe emergency landing in the wheat field where they are, where there is less load on the landing gear and just avoid that try here. And
Yeah, let's hope that nothing is damaged.
Yes, yeah. But
I'm
they-
not sure what I would have gone for trying to land on one side or for the field. It's like you never know what happens.
Yes, you do never know indeed. But looks like they've already found it and are recovering it. So drone is starting to capture it and to get some top-down views and pictures there. But it seems like they've already found it. And yeah, probably try for the next round to have everything assembled again. But I would say a wheel is quickly assembled, and it does not look like they've lost anything else during that emergency landing in the wheat field there. Wollen wir schauen, ob wir uns einen Sonnenschirm organisiert bekommen. So the next team is already setting up their plane.
Team ETU from Turkey. But I really liked the big wheels for previous team. Unfortunately, they did not hold on, but it's really nice to see the big wheels reducing resistance on the ground.
Yes, especially if you compare to last year's Air Cargo Challenge. There were in the beginning a lot of teams which struggled with taking off because there was not enough power, and the grass was also a problem there. Here we've got some asphalt or some stones which reduce the friction even further. So we really don't see teams struggling with taking off that as much as 2 years ago in Aachen. That's really nice to see.
And now I'm looking forward to a little bit more special landing gear retraction to the back. So it's not folding to the side, but just to the back.
There's still some discussion with the flight management, but yeah. Okay. Still stuff to discuss. Maybe no live telemetry is received currently. We will see when they will get the engines going, and we'll start. Now there's some more stuff happening on the airplane, trying to have everything approved. Tobi, kriegst du einen Schirm organisiert für die Seite hier? Frag Thomas, beauftrag den mal, wenn der Zeit hat.
Heute lohnt sich noch für 2 weitere Tage.
Ja. Ja, und also wenn es oben steht, ist ja schön. Ja. Also gibt's da einfach. Okay, seems like they just started the engines. Or did they turn off again? There is...
So the
Not
telemetry
more.
is definitely live, reporting something.
No, engines are off. Now engines are on again. And it starts rolling. Oh, but that does not look good. It drifted a little bit towards the grass, so yeah. They set it back up to yeah. Okay. That was well within 60 meters, if not even 40. It's team 5, is it? Not team 4, like we said earlier. So not the special retracting landing gears to the back. Seems like to be rigid ones. And yeah, goes for the first turn. Does nicely. Seems stable. great flight until now. So, still probably in the altitude gaining phase because they go up to the headwind, but any moment now they should turn to the speed phase, and that just looked like it. So, yeah. It's flying nicely, really stable. So, like I said earlier, it's team number 5 from the Barcelona Tech Spanish team or Valencian team. Yeah. Catalonian team, sorry, not Valencian. Big difference. Spanish and yeah, but Spanish and Catalonia, big difference.
Don't get in any progress.
So probably their speed flight segment has ended now, and they're coming in for approach, but that seems to be a little bit high. Still 30 meters above ground, 20 meters.
No, but they go for speed and
They go, okay, quite quickly.
the propeller's not turning, braking a lot. Yeah.
Let's see if they... That was a bounce, a second one, a third one, but that looks nicely.
And it's perfect landing.
Yes.
Okay, and next up our colleagues from Thailand. Hopefully, we don't see them yet. So the Kuhar project.
Okay.
Aber wir haben auch nicht mehr viele Teams.
Ja.
So 4 oder so. Das sind wir fertig.
4 Teams nur noch.
Wir haben das dann durchgehauen jetzt die zweite Runde. Wir haben morgen, aber was? Denkt am Morgen vor allem. Nee, das auf jeden Fall. Also daher. Wir haben noch einen Pavillon komplett.
Ja, nee, Pavillon braucht man nicht. Aber ich dachte,
Blöd, Schirm, wo man halt hier ein bisschen safety dran. Ja, die haben gemeint, Schirm gibt's, irgendwo gibt's einen Schirm.
Ich glaube hinterm Böblinger Vereinshaus.
Ja, irgendwo gibt's ja noch Schirme.
Ja.
Also die haben gemeint, es geben, müsste eigentlich noch welche geben. Du willst ja noch was sehen. So ein Pavillon, das siehst du nichts. Naja, stimmt schon.
Okay, dann muss ich wahrscheinlich gar nicht mehr. Eigentlich bin ich in 20 Minuten im Staging. Aber
Dann bleibt noch die vorne, dann ist fertig.
nur noch die hier stehen. Ist ja geil.
Du spielst 10
Gedacht. Ja,
um 8 Uhr fährt der Bus.
19 Uhr schon.
19 Uhr.
19 Uhr fährt der erste Bus.
Ja, sind schon ein bisschen so. Also haben perfekt gemacht, die zweite Runde.
Ja. So, next team is on the start line, while the team number 5 which landed just now leaving the airfield. It's like Christoph already said, a team from Thailand, from its team 15 Churhao. And let's see how they do. They get also 2 engines again, nose gear and conventional gear layout.
I would say this one of the robust standard aircraft configurations that we see here. I don't have a fear that it's not flying.
Yes, you can never go wrong with a nice robust design. It's low risk, but if other riskier methods will go wrong, then those are the teams with the reliable stuff which will work. And it seems they've cleared the runway, are on their first turn, and are trying to gain some altitude. They're quite fast as well during the altitude gain, I would say. But they pull more than 30 amps, so there will be some penalty points given. Now they changed under 30 amps. They're at 60 meters, around 60 meters. So that's nice to see. And soon probably the speed phase will start.
So
Still
within the
got-
next seconds it should begin. And interestingly, the current is changing quite a bit, so I'm not sure if they just manually control the throttle here, while some other teams are managing it with a controller.
So that should be the speed phase now.
But actually, I think they have to deal something with the ESC going up to 36 amps sometimes. That's some lost important points here.
Yes, that's definitely something to improve.
But they have enough time and enough flights left in the next days to do exactly that.
Yes,
so
exactly.
That's a cool thing. Only 2 flights count in the end, so only 2 flights have to be good.
Exactly. That's also it is said that the best flight, or if you have many flights, then it's no matter of the pilot and the skills of the pilot for to get a good flight out of it. But if you only have one flight that can get scored, then it really is often a pilot issue, and the skilled pilots will be ahead of the not so regularly flying pilots.
Yeah, it's always a difficult line to go as an organizer. How many rounds do you want to count and how do you want to count them? Because reliability on the one hand is an important engineering feat. On the other hand, also you don't want to have thermals and pilot's performance influence the flight too much. But still, you want to have an interesting and interesting end with a head-to-head race with as many teams as possible. So there's a lot of things to discuss and think about to go for the rules and how many flights you count for the final result.
Yes, definitely. But if we continue with flights and days like that, we can probably get 5 rounds or maybe even 6. We will see how the next days will develop. And yeah, that would be nice to give the teams that many tries. And then also if teams are not ready or have some fails during launch or some mishappenings, then that won't be as important to the final score as if you only have a few rounds of flying and many scored flights.
And we're already over 3.5 minutes, so the flight is definitely over, and we're looking for the landing of a team from Thailand.
That looks like a turnaround. So going again back to the landing field and trying on a second approach to get the reels on the ground. But yeah, no need to hurry too much. Yeah. Better safe than sorry, I would say. That was a landing. In the beginning, a bit bumpy, but the springiness of the landing gear handled that nicely, I would say.
And next up should be Team Zagreb with up to 6 cans. No, 7 cans. 7 cans. No, it's actually 6 cans maximum, yes.
I don't know if I see that correctly, but they might have lost their front
Yeah.
nose landing gear there.
So it was too springy.
Yes, a little bit too springy. I don't think that the front landing gear is retractable, so that's a lost wheel.
Unfortunately, but actually better with this flight because they had quite some penalty points with the current, so they can fix both, and next flight will be awesome.
Yes, let's look forward to that. So the next team is already getting ready, as you can see. It's the Finnish team.
No,
If
no, it's Eurovia
Oh,
Zagreb.
yes, sorry. I saw the A-tail. Is it an A-tail? Or are my eyes betraying me currently?
Yeah, probably A or inverted V or
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, I thought we had only one team with that, but looks like we got two. It's also a pusher prop. That's nice to see. Some more flow towards the tail there.
And you can directly hear the higher noise.
Yes. So it's circling here, pulling 30 amps, a little bit over 30, but not that much. So yeah, maybe they are looking for some thermals over there. There were some over there earlier,
but not anymore.
but
Not at the moment.
Not anymore. Nonetheless, trying to gain altitude.
At the moment, these thermals are on the other side of the airfield. But at least we get some lift from the slope of the area here, so some slope soaring.
Now it looks like...
Yeah, and we're 1 minute into flight, so the speed flight phase started. And we see the big flight pattern now.
Then I'm gonna give my microphone to Toby. He will continue instead of me, and have fun with him. Goodbye.
Hello, Toby.
Hello. Good to be here in the live stream. I was part of the flight management team the whole day, but now for the last flights, I'm very glad that I can be here and comment a little bit the, I think, last 4 or 5 remaining flights.
Yeah, so we have quite an uneventful flight at the moment. That's really awesome to see. But it gives me the chance to ask you, how is it going on the flight line?
Really good, really good. So we are really impressed how fast we managed to get the second round through so far. So, but it's a huge applause from my side to all the teams so far. It so the discipline here is flawless.
That's awesome to
Um,
hear.
So really, we are really happy how everyone yeah participates, and it helps making us our job easy.
So definitely a big thanks to all the teams.
Yes,
If
of
you
course.
make the job for Stuttgart easy, then you can fly more rounds.
Yeah, so we all have a benefit. So we as a Stuttgart guys have less trouble arranging you, and you have more flights during the days.
And at the end of the flight now, here we see the dive towards the ground to get a little bit more speed. And I think now the flight is over, and we will see hopefully a nice landing. And hopefully there's no damage to the nose there. I think the nose landing gear was lost, so probably a problem there. Can you remind me, what does a lost part mean? 0 points, or is it just a penalty?
A lost parts is, unfortunately, it's the flight gets zeroed out. So if you lose any part, sorry for this round, and try again later. But maybe if the front gear just collapses to the back, so every part stayed in place. So we will hear in a minute if the flight was valid or not. But honestly, to say,
No, I saw the.
something detached.
I think so, yeah. No,
No, I
still
guess.
attached something. Something was still holding it.
Great.
Perfect.
Great. But I have to admit, it's also a good strategy here. So because of the paved runway and the quite heavy planes, when they load like 10 cans inside, they are quite heavy and they roll really good through. So it can be a tactic just to go into the grass and dip your nose in it for braking, not to get an overshoot of the runway.
If you don't lose any parts, yes.
Yeah, that you have to take an account for.
Yeah, especially for the heavy aircraft, I would also go for the grass area. Although it's quite dry here, so I think the ground is also quite hard on the grass area.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, and we have like as a next participant, like the University of Tampere from Finland, with their really special two-body aircraft. So it's quite a unique design from this year's starting field here. And as always, the Finnish guys, our friends there, also every time bringing really exciting airframes to the Air Cargo Challenge, and always not mainstream. And there it goes. We have a successful liftoff inside the 40-meter mark. So far, all smoothly, and they are starting to climb really good.
And we're 10-15 seconds out from the speed phase. And definitely now we're in the speed phase of this flight. We're trying to get as much distance covered within the 2 minutes.
In general, this plane feels really lightweight in the air, so it looks like it's not super heavy, and I think also a lot of wing area, so it floats more around. So it looks really good.
Yeah, I have to agree. Also, the shape of the empennage also helps with that, of course, but
And it was really exciting to see these twin fuselage airplanes. You'd always think it's like two airplanes in the air, so a little bit strange. We are usually not used to this kind of shape in the air, so it's always something special.
well, I would say Stuttgart next time has to build something like that.
I hope we'll see how. But my wish would be that the next rules are slightly different, because we had this year we see a really strong trend line towards one airframe design. So
Maybe restrict the lifting surfaces to 2. So you have to decide if you want an elevator or a rudder.
that would be crazy. Or like just a flying wing competition, but I think flying wings are one of its own for design and bring their own challenges.
And we are very close to the end of this flight. Actually, I think it's already through now.
I think it's a fast approach towards the landing zone. So always, or it looks
And a very
quite
quick approach for landing, yes. Very nice. Nice landing. Very nice. As before, last time, great performance by the pilot.
Yeah, this was really smooth, and all good. Also, good management of the flight trajectory at the entrance of the landing. So, yeah, stopped right in time, or not right in time, like on the middle of the airfield. So, great management from the pilot.
And next up, I think it's the only team from the US with Kayunchet.
Yes, you're right. So I have in mind that it's the last round. They had a little bit of an issue with their landing gear, so and they couldn't fix it on the airfield. So let's see how they manage to take off this time. So all the preparations are done, and we see the takeoff run.
And we're very fast and good takeoff for 60 meters, but very close to the corn.
That was
No,
really
not corn,
close.
to the weed.
But no stable climb.
Oh, and pull up. No. That was a big crash. Quite far away, I guess we will see the drone again. So that will be a few minutes until we recovered that aircraft safely. Unfortunately, the aircraft was quite fast at time of impact, so I fear that there will be quite some damage. Hopefully the team has some spare parts or another aircraft.
Marvin, komm mal zu mir. Oder Ja, ich hab's gesehen. Wo bist du mit der Drohne? Flieg mal da die Richtung.
Bisschen weiter links.
Wo bist denn du? Ja, genau. Links, 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 links.
Ja, einfach noch weiter links.
Ist egal, flieg erst mal drüber. Links, 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 links.
So ab da ungefähr.
Ja, so Richtung da.
Vermutlich noch weiter links, aber
Höher. Fast nach links. Höher noch. So, jetzt stopp mal. Richtung Bäume. Guck mal, wo die Bäume hin sind. Guck mal nach oben. Ja. Wie weit der Herbst ist. Boah, ich sehe eigentlich alles. Wie weit der Herbst ist. Ja, guck mal.
die Drohne ist nicht so groß, aber ja.
So weit. Ich die Drohne gar nicht da. Nicht zu weit recken, das Stopp. Und jetzt eigentlich entweder nur auf der Linie zwischen da und Sieh mal, da ist doch, da ist sie doch. Walkie-talkie, Walkie-talkie.
And the drone found the aircraft. So we will make a short break of a few minutes. And we will be back for the last teams.
Yeah, but luckily we did find it really fast because we have a drone in the air. So the drone already localized the aircraft which is lying in the field. So it's not lost. So we have it, and it will be recovered in time. Kontraste von den Bäumen sich so krass verändern, wenn die Sonne jetzt runterzieht. Achso, ja, ja, ja. Brötchen. Das Problem ist, glaube ich, dass kein Feldweg, oder? Oder ist da keiner? Nee. Da schräg. So guys, if you are wondering why we have an amperage reading of 39 amps at the moment, I can tame you, or how do I say it? Because we have a little bit in reading, a misreading, so we have like a difference of 39 amps. So if you can read 39 amps in our live stream, this means it's like 0 amps, and every amp the team has on its own gets added to this number. So we have a slight offset there. So I'm sorry for that.
I'm sure that will be corrected in a few minutes.
Yeah, we will see, but we have like just a few, like I think like 3 teams are waiting in the queue for today. So I think we're going to fix it for tomorrow at least.
And just if you switched on, we are currently waiting for an aircraft to be recovered that unfortunately had a crash a little bit further away. And we will wait with the next flights probably until they are back.
So for all the guys in the live stream, we are still waiting for the crashed airplane to be recovered. So yeah, I think we return to flight operations in like, I guess, 10 minutes or so. So please be patient. We all here have to wait, so we are sorry.
But I think we're really good in time, so
Yeah, we would in the morning we thought it won't be possible to get 2 rounds completely through here, but it we got really good in in the rhythm and managed to get all teams without any problems, or not with any problems, with just a few or with just no hurry, we could manage to get everyone through this second round.
Yeah, and I think for the next round tomorrow, it's actually is possible to make. Oh, next day is 3 rounds, so should be possible if all the teams work as fast as today, and they will work with you. It will be hard, but it's possible.
Yeah, we have to see. I think we are quite happy with two easy rounds, maybe a little bit of a lunch break. But maybe
It would definitely be enough. I think weather forecast for Friday also looks quite okay. I'm not completely sure, but I think it was fine. So
I think if we can get 2 rounds a day, so a total 6 rounds done, it's like the double amount of flights compared to the last ACC. So
yeah, that's awesome.
that's awesome.
But it always depends on the weather.
Yeah.
So
we were really lucky. So even during the morning today, it was not so sunny. We weren't grilled at all here. So it starts getting a little bit warmer, but all completely fine. So it's okay to be here.
no, it would have been worse last week.
Of course.
Imagine being here last week.
We would have been burned to
35,
hell.
37 degrees or something, and full sun, and yeah, no.
No, I think then more or less half of the participants would be sunburned after the day. So it's so we're really lucky with the weather. So
So it seems that we need a few more minutes. The team is still collecting all the parts, that they don't leave anything behind. Unfortunately, the damage is more severe than we hoped.
I think one of our helpers here, Ricardo, is now reading your comments to me. So really thank you for your comments in the stream. So, and if you have any questions regarding us commentators, so Christian and I, Tobias, we are both quite a long time pilots and did fly a lot on the ACC competitions. So if you have any questions regarding that, how the ACC is as a pilot or general ACC or ACC in general, please let us know, and your questions will be forwarded to us, and we hope that we can answer them. and we try to get one of the organizers here on the microphone to get a small interview with him.
And we have a liftoff of next team, Team Tofane Aigök.
Yes, it's Team Tofana Aigök. So don't worry, the last flight started the same way, so a little bit of a wave motion at the beginning, but still it's manageable, and the pilot knows what he is doing, so all safe.
And this is actually not a university, but a high school.
Oh, I don't know that. Thank you.
I think so.
So Christian, do you think I think the flight is done so far?
I think
guess.
so, yes. I think it's now the approach for the landing.
So let's see how the pilot handles this. But I get this small plane. I think they have two cans inside, so it shouldn't be a problem to
Yes,
to
and
land
it's
it
the
here.
Tofane Vocational and Technical High School.
Ah, it's a high school. Yeah, okay, no, perfect. And good approach, and yeah, really
Very nice
smooth
landing.
all good. So the second successful flight for them today. So they also have now 2 flights already in the books. So every other flight would be just like a bonus, and on top for the scoring, because only the 2 best flights are counting for the final scoring and for the final order. So at least you need to fly twice when everything is successful, and then every other flight you can try to top your scoring from the round before.
And that leaves us with, I think, 2 more flights.
Yes, I guess one Italian team and a second Turkish team.
Yeah, so now up is Team R1 from Bologna.
Yeah, Team Air 1 is in preparation for their takeoff. So Lucas is at the moment the flight coordinator in front, and he's now going to plug in the safety plug that the engine can start. And afterwards, we only check for the telemetry data, if all what you see here in the live stream, if the data is correct, and if we get any reception of this. So that's like a little bit of a confirmation if our logging box and the flight logs are working properly. Yes. And I have to say, I had a look yesterday at this airplane. It's built really, really good. So, like from the build quality point of view, it's really, really well built. I guess a little bit too small to compete with the big guys here at the competition. But all in all, I think it's their first attempt at an ACC, and for that, I'm more than impressed what they have done. And as I said, an amazing build quality for this kind of small airplane.
And it's all staying with the Air Cargo Challenge, participating again in 2 years, building up the knowledge in between, giving it forward to the next generation of participants and participants of your team. And next time they will have an even better performance.
Yes, of course. It's like a little bit the heritage of the ACC that it's like a generational shift. Some years or some ACCs in. So if one team wins once, it doesn't mean that this team wins forever or has the knowledge forever, because as you know, when students leave the university, you have to get or you have to translate your knowledge to the new generation and also teach them how to tune and tweak and design these airplanes. And that's really great. So this heritage and the knowledge from the ACC are general for aircraft design and this type of practical aircraft design. So and not gets doesn't get lost, and everyone it's a benefit for everyone then.
And the aircraft is moving now. Going for 40 meter takeoff, and this one is not good. I will try again.
Yeah, I think everything stayed on the airplane and nothing broke, so they can retry. Oh, something broke maybe, or like a wheel came off. I don't know. But let's see. I hope that they can retry. So during the takeoff sequence, you have 3 minutes. So when the flight director gives you the sign, if you're okay to start, you have 3 minutes to start the airplane, and you can have as many takeoff attempts as you like inside this 3-minute time slot. So now they can just rearrange it on the starting line, and when everything is fine, they can try again.
And the pilot seems to be ready again. And wheels turning.
Yeah, clean takeoff. Great. That looked really smooth.
Very low amperage, around 15 to 20 amps.
But so far it looks a little bit twitchy in the air, so I don't know if it's the wind. So we have slight gusts, crosswind of the runway. But I think because the plane is really so quite small with really narrow wings, there's a little bit prone to some turbulence in the air.
Yeah, it seems quite gusty up there, but I'm not completely sure how much it actually is, or if there's an autopilot in there that might be a little bit mistuned.
Yeah, I guess there's what I've seen so far. There is like a Pixhawk flight controller mounted on top of this airplane, so it also can be a slight autopilot issue that it's not properly tuned. So we get a little bit of an autopilot-induced oscillation. But so far, I've seen it way worse. And if it flies like
Yeah.
this, it's okay. It's not an issue. The plane performs okay. And I guess we'll make it easy through the flight. So, dann tut's halt das Ding mal so. Ganz schön ganz schön voll Wendemomент hier. Ja, ich sehe hier bestimmt. Ich habe mir auch mal angeschaut bei einem Flügel, so mit Winglets so nach oben, Winglets so nach unten oder symmetrische Winglets. Du hast ganz andere Effekte aus Vollwendmoment. Du musst ja echt symmetrisch machen. Auf so gar die du nur nach oben machst, musst du die so krass potenzieren, dass es dir rausschießt. Und da ist einfach so symmetrisch und es könnte so einfach sein.
And this is definitely a very clean flight. We're doing a nice job. We're not entirely using their possibilities with the current, so there's still something that they can improve and make even better flights in the next days.
I think it's also the approach for the landing, as I would expect, but so far looks good. And now just bring it home safely. Last turn, and we have a
Seems
landing.
to be intact.
Seems
Very
to be
good.
Okay. little bit sketchy at the end, so we don't know. So they are allowed to cross the safety line, but towards the end of safety line, you see in the video stream, it's like this upper grass surface, so this one stripe of grass which is a little bit higher. This is the end safety line. They are not allowed to cross this line, otherwise they get penalized and the flight gets scored 0. But in this case, they had plenty of distance to the safety line. So all good. Well, Christian told me we have the last team as the second Turkish team. Like I just call them Ghazi, because the rest I don't know either. I can't speak that good Turkish, so I won't blame.
We're butchering all the other languages already. We don't have to make this one
even worse.
Even worse, yeah.
Yeah. So guys, if you can hear us, please cheer in the chat for the last team of the day. So that's the last participant here for today. So we are right on time and right on schedule. So to have a successful first ACC day of 2026. So let's see how they perform. All right, we're cheering for the last team of the day. For our Turkish friends over there. The first flight was, yeah, I'm sorry, the first flight of them was not successful because they did break a propeller during takeoff, so they couldn't retry their takeoff run. So let's see that they get this flight in the air safe and sound.
And it seems they're aiming for 40 meters of takeoff distance.
Yes, we can see our helpers arranging at the 40-meter mark. So Lucas plugs in the power plug that the engine can start. Oh, I think there's an issue because they're taking the plane back with them. And
No, it doesn't look good.
no, I don't know why.
Not sure if they can try again, but I guess it's only possible if some of the organizers' hardware's failed.
Yeah, maybe the telemetry or measurement box had some issues, but we will hear in a second what happened exactly. So like give me a second and I check if we have another attempt today or if that's it for today. So please keep yeah, like give me 1 minute and I tell you more about it. So Christian, I have good news because it was not the end, so they are going for a retry.
Awesome.
And the issue was on our side. I think someone from our organizers, as we know, it's quite late today, so some mistakes can happen, and we missed putting in an one SD card into the measurement box.
Oh, we should interview him.
The one who did it, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And really look why this could happen.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's a
How could he make the only mistake of the entire day?
yes, only one mistake the whole day. So, but I didn't talk to the other guys who were in charge of the measurement system if we had any problems today with the measurements. But so far, I haven't heard of any, and that all the logs be so we didn't need any reflight for today. So all the measurements were valid and fine. So yes, in preparation for flight, just a missed SD card can happen. So. We'll see there. The team is already changing the box, or we plug in an SD card again.
So what penalties do you have in your repertoire for this?
I guess someone has to drink a lot of beer this evening.
Okay, that sounds fair, yeah. I think today there's still supply.
Yeah, today of course. It's still the first day, and I think the fridge and the whole fridge trailer is like full under the roof. So
And as I know, some of the teams that arrived here, they're also like they have
Yes.
sometimes more beer than aircraft.
oh, of course, but kilogram wise,
Everything wise.
everything wise, volumetric, whatever. And I have a small or a nice story from the last ACC in Aachen, where we participated with the Stuttgart team there, and after the competition, or I think it wasn't after the competition, the Italian guys. They are crazy when it comes to food and stuff they bring from their hometown. So they have like
Yes.
a whole cutting machine for some ham and cheese, and they're prepared some nice bread there, and they had everything with their own generator to cut their ham, to,
Yeah.
to power the machine to cut the ham. So they're like crazy when it comes to like eating. I had some of the best wine with them. So
And that's
Not-
why, although I want to have Munich winning, I really want to go to Udine for the next air cargo challenge. So maybe they can make a deal that Munich wins, but they still make the competition.
If it's this way, I would be completely glad to go there. So I think the last year's ACC, it was were once in Croatia, then once in Portugal.
The
then-
Croatia one was really hot.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true, that's true. And the other times it's always Germany, but I would gladly come to Portugal again, to Italy again, or not again, to Italy, to go there, to go some
Definitely.
places somewhere else. Not so Germany. I've seen so many times now. Even
Yeah.
it's quite nice, and we don't have to travel that much. But I would gladly go to Spain, to Italy, to whatever, to Portugal.
Do it, win it.
Yeah. So please, the teams.
And now we have the final aircraft for today.
Yes, and we have. It looked like.
And it seems like the propeller's broken again.
Let's see what happens. If there's any chance that we have a second try. Well, I think one of the judges, Max, did take up anything from the ground. So
Yeah, so
Yes.
I think that's it for today, unfortunately.
that's a broken propeller again. But yeah,
Tomorrow we have new propellers, new flights, awesome commentary from some other people.
yeah. I guess that you are quite tired. But I'm not that long in the commentary here. So but for tomorrow I'm unfortunately I'm not here. I helped the last 2 days for all the organizing stuff in advance and for the technical inspection yesterday. So you won't hear me tomorrow. My lonely voice.
Yeah, so I think that's it for today. From our side, thank you for your attention. Thank you for being there. Come back tomorrow to the stream or directly to the airfield.
Yes, of course. We are going to start at around 9 a.m. in the morning, so quite early. If you want to have some nice airplane flights during your breakfast, you are welcome to join us.
Yeah, and of course, thank you to all the sponsors, all the helpers, all the teams participating. Awesome. and really making the jobs here easy for everybody. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. And also a small, big thanks to the streaming team, which makes this possible here, this stream. And so that's it. We're enjoying the evening a little bit. So I say thank you and bye bye. See you tomorrow.